Thank you. Hi everyone. We're kind of short on time, so we'll try to do our best, but I already want to put it out there that both Matt and I are available for any questions or further conversations, online, in person, however you want it to be. I'll start with an introduction. I'm Chenan Mog. I'm from the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm managing that community operations team.
Matt Vetter, so I am a committee member on the newly formed Global Resource Distribution Committee.
So this quick session will be a space for us to talk and mainly to collect your feedback and thoughts about the two pilots that we're talking about, which is the GRDC, the Global Resource Distribution Committee, and the Ecosystem Movement paper and work. What we want to do, so conference season has recently started, and it means that we want to go to every conference. We want to be there. We want to engage with everyone to hear your thoughts. It's going to take some time. We're still implementing things and collecting ideas, but that's what we want to do today. So I really encourage you, if you haven't had the time to reflect or present anything you wanted, please reach out to us. We will go through a brief presentation about the GRDC and another look into the ecosystem of movement organization. We'll not split into groups, but we'll have a shared conversation and discussion about the two, and we'll wrap up right after.
Yeah, you can go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. Yeah. So this is an interim committee for 2 years. We're looking at high-level decision-making, really about the policy and strategy for community funds and how they're distributed across the Wikimedia movement. So the committee is basically drafting a new structure and guidelines for how we share resources. We do have the authority to adjust current grant-making structures and make recommendations to WMF proper. Next slide. Again, it's a 2-year learning experience, learning experiment. We're looking at specifically like fund allocation, how funds are being split up, how they're distributed to either regions or thematic areas. Do we need a new fund for thematic areas? And we're trying to kind of guide policy for the regional funding committees. We're also looking at movement-wise goals and metrics and how grant making should be establishing particular metrics. So we can advise WMF on total grant envelope, the amount of funds, but we don't have any particular authority over that number. Next slide. Okay, so the committee started work officially over the summer. So right now what we're doing is kind of like looking at
the reply function
our own makeup and how we're going to make decisions among ourselves. We're looking at some of the principles of grant making, things like equity and empowerment, if you're familiar with those. We're looking at revising and reviewing those particular principles for ourselves. And toward that end, we're going to come up with a strategy later this year, but we're also, of course, here to gather feedback from you all so that we can have that proper stakeholder engagement. Okay, so next steps, there won't be any changes to this year's cycle. We're going to have these community conversations. The first one was at Central and Eastern Europe. And this is the second one, gathering feedback, and then the goal is by July 2026 to be able to present a new grant strategy with the community and stakeholder feedback in mind.
Okay, let's switch. Okay, so I want to talk about the ecosystem paper for the movement organization. The Board of Trustees have put forward pilot work to look more into how our ecosystem is working, specifically with looking at recognition and the affiliation model, and how does it connect to distribution of funds?
Do you want to switch because he says the camera's looking here?
You were being live streamed.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. It is clear that in order for us to have a thriving and strong Wikimedia ecosystem, we need more clarity on the roles of the parties. We need a shared purpose. We need a balanced growth, something that we see as a bit of a challenge at the moment. We want to identify some of the overlaps within the ecosystem. We have a lot of different structures and models of affiliation. So what benefits? What are the benefits that we have? What are the gaps? What are we missing? Over the next 2 years, what we'll be doing is co-creating solutions, hopefully not with creating new models or new formats, but looking at the current ecosystem that we have and trying to find alignments, trying to find solution to ensure that then we can have a lot more sustainability and the different bodies within the ecosystem. The timeline roughly is that what we're doing now is having those conversations at the level of the engagement that we're looking for. By 2026, March 2026, we hope to have a draft proposal. So moving from a lot of open questions that we currently have and more into suggestion and proposals, and by later next year to have a project plan in place. So what we'll be doing now is we'll keep this as a joint group. Here is a board for the ecosystem, and this is for the GRDC. And we will prompt some questions, but we do ask you, because we want to make sure that we collect your thoughts and ideas, put those on notepads, on the notes, sticky notes, and place them here or give it to us later. But we're gonna start this conversation.
Yeah, it's really important that we document things. I mean, definitely, vocalize your question, but we also want to get, especially the important stuff, documented. So either on the sticky notes or on the whiteboard.
Okay, so Matthew, wanna?
Yeah. So in particular for the Global Resource Distribution Committee, we really want to hear from affiliates and organizations about the most significant challenges your community faces when it comes to funding, and then what could be changed, like if anything, what could be changed. Given that we are facing limited funds and exponential growth of the ecosystem, what are some of the top priorities? What are areas we could deprioritize? So those are some of the questions that my committee in particular kind of voted on that we wanted to hear from you all about.
For the sake of this joint discussion, I will present some of the questions that we have about the ecosystem, but again, feel free to jump from one to the other. We don't have, together, we don't have to focus on one. But I think that for a few of the common questions that we have around the ecosystem movement organization is the question of recognition. So we currently have the different types of affiliation. What are the benefits of those specific bodies? What is the benefit of being recognized? Do you have to be recognized? What do we get from being a recognized entity? If we have benefit, or what does that connect to the funding in any way? Should it be connected to funding? How might affiliate need to change their roles and duties that they take within the movement to help us move into a more aligned movement, into a more sustainable one? So think about, if you're coming from a user group or a chapter or a hub maybe, what are the roles that you see in your work? I'm gonna pause now and see if anyone wants to get us started.
We have about 9 minutes.
Yes.
Are we supposed to write these on Post-its and put them up here?
We can talk about it.
We can
and
talk about
wanna
it.
make
I just want to
that
make sure they're documented too, so we can bring it back to the
So
committee.
if we don't have time to
Yeah.
talk and not necessarily give answers, but to talk about those, we want to collect these. If you want to start.
Sure. I think in terms of the ecosystem of movement organizations, I think a lot of the work that the MCDC did on the sort of type A, B, C, I think made a lot of sense to me in the sense of breaking it up of there can be these small informal groups that need some sort of recognition to perhaps create a partnership with a cultural institution in their region, but do not need to have funding and don't necessarily need, the sort of advanced structure and should be lightweight and have some sort of affiliation but don't need to have a lot. And then I think the sort of, maybe project-based funding and then organizations that have staff, right? And those feel very different in terms of types of organizations, and I think the current sort of chapter user group blurs those lines in ways that aren't helpful for the movement.
right.
And so I think the work that the MCDC did on sort of establishing those sort of different types, I really liked and hope will move forward into the...
So do you foresee a possible different fund portal between more established groups with staff versus more project?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the sort of annual plan with staff feels like a very different than,
Yeah.
hey, we want to do this project for a year and see how it turns out kind of thing. And those feel like very different stages of organizational growth. And trying to lump them all together feels like it has not worked particularly well. So I think that sort of, recognition is important for, I think, groups outside of having funding, but having different levels of recognition based on sort of organizational trajectory versus, it's kind of hard to even really say what it's based on right now. So.
Yeah, because right now we have all of those types of entities competing for the same funds.
Exactly.
Yeah. Except in the case of if rapid funds would work for many much smaller projects or initiatives. Yeah.
I think maybe what you're reflecting on is that you have regional funding, and the same region you have user groups and you have affiliates and you have some level of competition, but also different level of support that we can get from funding and non-funding.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah, Chris.
So the foundation moved to multi-year budgeting as a nonprofit, which in the recent past years has allowed us to be able to share more transparently what our own budget forecasting is going to be and what sort of resourcing is likely to be available for growth in the region, in a given region. 2 and 3 years in advance. However, I don't think that the foundation's sort of schedule of working on the sort of next set of years around multi-year budgeting is kept up such that we can continue to be transparent around that when the next round of multi-year, applications comes along. So I have a concern that while the transition to multi-year budgeting in the foundation has been a positive one for sure, and allows us to be more transparent around what kind of growth we can support over a longer period of time, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that schedule is keeping up with our own communication needs.
You're
to
saying
grantees.
we're kind of pushing the problem for later.
Yes.
And not working towards it now.
Yeah. So overall, appreciate the change that's been made within the foundation around multi-year budgeting. I think that's a good thing, but it needs to be structured in a way so that we can still do effective communications to affiliates and applicants around what funding needs are likely to be possible.
No. Please.
Could you elaborate a bit on what you would do differently?
I don't think I can do anything differently personally, but what I would like to.
What the foundation should do.
Sure, yeah. I'd like there to be, in the, as one, set of multi-year budgeting, that whatever period that is coming to an end, in that final year, perhaps, there should be, a sort of preparation to deliver the next set of multi-year budgeting, and that also would need to be communicated to the teams of the foundation, including our own community resources that maps onto these processes.
So you need advance notice of
Very
the
much
next
so.
fund, yeah.
Because, yeah, no, go ahead, Amanda.
I so want that to be true. There's just so much uncertainty
Yeah.
in our own budget forecast right now
Mm-hmm.
that, like, I don't know if it's a possibility. If it is, great, let's do it. I just don't know if it is.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is we were able to finalize a multi-year funding budget, or multi-year budget for the foundation once. It seems to me we ought to be able to do it again, even if there is some uncertainty, for sure.
So, Chris, are you saying you want sort of just like a rolling multi-year budget where you always have a forecast 2 to 3 years out? Is that-
No, only
Okay.
only like every 2 to 3 years. You know, there should be like an updated and sort of scheduled time when the next multi-year budget is
Okay.
available.
Okay.
So obviously that can't be updated each year for obvious
Yeah.
reasons, but like because there's not enough knowledge or probably not enough information that early on. But later there should be better knowledge.
We have like 2-3 minutes. so-
Sorry.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to point out that in some groups, there's also known as kind of like the funding death spiral. So basically, what happens is, if a group doesn't get enough funding, so they have to reduce their output, they might have to lay off some of the staff,
Yes.
and then that further reduces their output, so they get even less funding because they have less results to demonstrate for, and then that just eventually lead to a death spiral, like a positive feedback loop that eventually drives out like basically the group, the organization no longer has enough momentum left and just kind of self-implodes because of this kind of issue. And whether it's a multi-year or a 1 year, I think that is still an unresolved issue, and I have heard that from other regions as well.
Do you think it has something to do with what the type of entity this is? Like, do you think it will? Do you think it will work? That we need to have the specific funding for different types of affiliation? Like that's.
Yeah, possibly. I think Leanna mentioned about large group with staff, or just smaller group that might have a part-time staff, and if the requirements were very strenuous or require like kind of like a shifting, then we might have to hire like a financial manager just to kind of keep track of that kind of
will
thing.
be different for those. Okay, thank you. Jeff?
I think
A lot of, I hear with funding that it almost seems like once there's funding, many affiliates only want more funding, right? Like Mummy's pocketbook is just, I want. And I understand that there have been various discussions about trying to build in a self-sustainability that you could go out and find funding someplace else. And I'm just wondering, that's an enormous cultural shift so I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on where that should actually be in the process. In other words, is that something that should be kind of made aware of or almost enforced at the beginning of the funding process, or after you've already become addicted to the funding process, or someplace else? Because I know that there's often this difficulty between the movement and the foundation as if they're really separate, and I know that clouds this a little bit. So I'm just wondering if there's been talk about that with sustainability in that way.
we haven't talked about that with GRDC specifically. I tend to think that we do need more like resources overall towards external, fundraising and grant making knowledge and training for affiliates and chapters and organizations. Yeah, but there's no sustained effort yet that I have seen. Chris, do you have?
I was just going to offer.
And then we're going to have to wrap.
Yeah.
But we do have this document. If you didn't get a chance to share, there's a QR code and a tiny link there. And we're going to make sure that we document everything that we've had so far, and make sure you put your sticky up. But go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to, Jeffrey, we can talk more about the question afterwards for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
I will just say that this is something that we're thinking about. What is the life cycle of Wikimedia entity? What is the level of support that we tailored for different? This is part of the thing that we're talking about, and I think it's a good idea a good example of where the GRDC and FCOM and the ecosystem and it all comes together. As part of that. Thank you very, very much. We're still here for the coming today. So.
So
Here?
I'm,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know,
So,
on-
started just to keep things on track. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I will try to speak loudly and project. We'll wait to introduce ourselves because we have slides where we introduce ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I'm hoping.
how did a Wikimedian of Indiana meet a librarian in Montana? Let's share that story with you. And then we'll talk about the community that we are building at Montana State University through their libraries. What's the impact in Montana? And then what are some of the successes and challenges that we've had so far? So at Montana State University every year hosts a tribal college librarian institute that is amazing.
It's wonderful.
Truly
program.
amazing. They get funding every year. All of the tribal librarians are able to attend for free. Their travel is paid for, they stay on campus, their food is covered, and it's an opportunity where everyone meets in one room together and has presentations and talk about what are the issues they're facing, and etc. I started going to TCLI because at the time I was a senior Wikipedian and outreach coordinator for the U.S. Department of Agriculture National Agricultural Library. I'm an experienced editor and trainer, and we have a book program with all tribal colleges where they are able to get discards and free interlibrary loan materials from NAL. We give each library a code, they put it in, and we don't charge them to get materials for them through interlibrary loan. Unfortunately, and this is also part of the story, I was fired from the National Agricultural Library because I was in outreach, but we were able to continue our partnership somewhat actually easier because we no longer had to be under this umbrella of USDA and enforcing their being in that box of you can't say this, you should say that, not really caring what things the library needed to say, and so we'll talk more. And then quickly now I'm the scholarly communication librarian and assistant professor at Butler University, but we are continuing our collaboration.
And I'm Mel Pomeroy, and I am the curator in Archives and Special Collections at the Montana State University Library in Bozeman, Montana. Being a part of the library, we obviously like to be a part of that Tribal Colleges Libraries Institute each year, and make sure that we're there to hear what's going on with them and how we can continue to support them. I was a fledgling editor in 2023, but I'd already gotten in my head that it would be a great outreach program for our library, and it's a wonderful teaching tool for information literacy for researchers and students in general. A little bit about Bozeman, Montana, and Montana State University. We were established in 1893 as Montana's first land-grant institution. That means that the point of the university is to educate anyone in Montana who wants access to reliable information on agriculture. That was the main start, but have, of course, since expanded to liberal arts as well. We are now the largest institution in Montana with 17,000 students. And a little bit more about Montana and why Wikipedia was a little bit more challenging out there. As of 2020, we have just a little over 1 million residents in the state. And that's it's hard to quantify this, but the state is 145 square miles. So
145,000
square miles. So from this side of the state, about Glendive, Montana, to Missoula, Montana, which is roughly right around here, it is an 8-hour straight drive. You get in your car, you don't stop for gas, you don't stop for food, you just drive straight. So we've got very few people in a very large state. We're also in that space home to 7 reservations, 12 different tribes call our state home, and that's about 6% of our population, also an underrepresented community in many aspects. And we're experiencing a major influx of tourism and people moving to the state who don't know our state history, culture, community, etc., like that. So what we have been able to accomplish since 2023 is in 2023 we met and we started planning our first edit-a-thon. In 2024, our edit-a-thon was held in January. It was a hybrid event. We'll tell you more about how that happened. The topic was health equity. That topic was chosen in partnership with our now called Student Commons. We won't say what they were previously called because those are now banned words. After that, we were able to do a presentation at the next TCLI, Tribal Colleges Libraries, on what we had accomplished. So if any of those other institutions wanted to partner on Wikipedia, they could. And we did a one lib, one ref that, if you haven't heard of that program, it's encouraging librarians to come in and make one edit on Wikipedia so that they can see what that's like and get editing. And then we also partnered with our international angling class, and that class produced 2 full articles, and they also did some edits on Wikipedia. In 2025, we held our second annual edit-a-thon. Our topic this year was Women in Montana. We worked with the intern in the archives. I might have had a connection with the archives for that. We started doing some informal meetups that are just like an hour and a half of come edit with us. There's no theme. If you've never edited before, there's people to talk, but if you've edited before, come edit. And we've started planning for our third annual edit-a-thon, which will be held this March, hybrid again, How Montana Was Made.
So our event structure so far, we changed it up a little bit. What we've found best to be is almost a conference style where each hour we'll have 15 to 20 minutes of presentation, and then we'll have 45 minutes of editing. Of course, since they're students, we have lots of snacks and lunch available to them. We have a large hybrid attendance. Usually, I believe the first year we had 60 people at its peak, and last year I think we had 50. And then in person it fluctuates, and the really cool thing is it changed throughout the day. We'd have people come and go as they needed. We'd have different people come each hour. I would just like work one-on-one with people who came after the editing training portion. We would have different speakers. I think one of the most important things is we always include a student panel where they talk about something on the topic. And both years it's been really impactful, but especially that first year on health equity, we had 3 students who all have different perspectives and were applying to medical school, and it was really eye-opening the different issues they've each faced because of their background or their disability or their lived experience, and it was very eye-opening. People at USD were crazy for it because they'd never thought about how difficult it can be to take like the MCAT and then apply for med school and be able to afford just the application fees. So we do always engage the students in some way, usually in a panel, and then just having kind of fun speakers. Rosie came and spoke last year and talked about Women in Red, which everyone loved. The previous year we had someone from a local clinic come and talk about the services that they offered to students, and so that's really the point of this, is highlighting what's available locally. Last year we also had someone from PBS, right?
Yellowstone Public Radio.
Yellowstone Public Radio, but who is the person that does the stuff on?
Oh, Extreme History Project.
Extreme History Project. Someone from there came
also
as well.
Partners with PBS.
Yeah.
So
that's where I was remembering that from. Sorry.
And I just want to throw in 2 things. Having students be presenters is a great part of getting more students involved, because they tell their friends and colleagues that they should come hear them speak, and they stay. And also with the hybrid event, both years we had people who started hybrid, who started online, and some of them were in Bozeman, and they were like, you know what, I'm just going to come in.
Yeah.
And one of those was our Yellowstone Public Radio person. So.
Yeah, that's one of the like really great things, is people will get excited enough that then they'll come in. And then we always include wiki training that I'll walk them through, and then the first year Dominic was able to go with me. A big special thank you to the Wikimedia Foundation Rapid Grants for being able to help Dominic and I go. And then that's the impact, is last year Montana State University was able to afford to pay for us to come, and we had a lot more buy-in from other areas of the university. And so I think our biggest successes have been, it's a great way to share and connect people with resources. And representation really does matter. The person from Yellowstone Radio was like, why should Montanians care about Wikipedia? And I was like, Wikipedia talks about Montana. And people of Montana should edit those articles because they are the experts on Montana. And I think that was the biggest thing, being able to write more about the history of Montana and the people of Montana. And so that's our biggest success in making. I firmly believe in giving students a voice, and I think Wikipedia does that. It helps them feel like what they're writing matters. It's not going to go live in a teacher's desk somewhere to be graded. It's going to go live out in the world and hopefully reach thousands, if not millions of people. And then our challenges have, it is isolated. That's the title of our talk. It can be hard to connect with people. Each year we find someone else from Montana that's an editor already that we didn't know we hadn't reached out, like Brenda. I think the hardest thing though, it's hard to build the network and get event approval. And that's where we're gonna talk more about language.
Yeah. So Montana State University is publicly funded in the state of Montana, which is now, it wasn't when I moved there, but it is now a very red state. And it's very much under the scrutiny of the state legislator who funds us. They look at what the university is doing, and the library in particular. We're an institution of higher education, so the language we use to educate our students is often under the microscope. We want to make sure that as many people as possible feel comfortable coming and editing at our events, but we want to make sure that we're not advertising ourselves to bad actors, and we're not advertising ourselves in a way that makes the state go, I don't like what you're doing, shut this down, never do this again, and let's shut down some other programs the library is doing at the same time. So we want to avoid that. So we are very, very careful with the language that we use in event promotion, and then we often do a lot more word of mouth communication and direct communications to the groups we want to support, and be like, we might not have said it out loud, but if you're BIPOC, LGBTQA, please come edit on pages that impact you. We just can't say that on our marketing. And we had some interesting conversations when we were working with the National Agricultural Library. It would be a little different today, because at the time they kept pushing and saying, be bold, be active, tell people who you want to edit, make that everywhere. We're told. And we at the library had to continuously, it wasn't Jamie. Jamie was not the one telling us to do this. We had to continuously pedal back and say, nope, we will get shut down if we start saying that as loud as you want us to say.
I was always really happy when my manager didn't come to our meetings, because I think that's the key thing with any Wikipedia project, is meeting people where they are. And this was one of those times where we really needed to let MSU lead and us just be a support mechanism.
And I don't think they would have been giving us the same advice today if we were working with them. That has been one of the ongoing challenges. We wouldn't even be doing it, let's be honest. We wouldn't even be doing it. Exactly. So that's been one of our major key challenges. Is just finding the right way and finding that balance, because you do want these people to know that we are here for them, and this is an event for them. But finding.
And that's one of the things too, since it is hybrid, we have saved our more colorful conversations to be more private, and in like our actual presentation portion, I won't talk as much about like how women are underrepresented on Wikipedia and how people of color are underrepresented on Wikipedia. And so those are more things that we talk about one-on-one and as a group, and not so much broadcast, just because I think we had like someone Zoom bomb us the first time.
Did we? I think you shut that
we
down.
had
before
someone
I
Zoom bomb us, and I like shut it down, thankfully. And so I hate to add this layer to it, but it is possible to still do equitable things while using more guarded language, so that we can be in compliance with the state, with the federal government, and still make sure that people feel safe and comfortable and know that something is for them.
And we also use our to-do lists for the event. We put those names on there and those topics. We find that fewer people who are bad actors are digging that deep before the event happens. So.
And we use a dashboard to track afterwards, but we use just a meetup page on Wikipedia, because that's a little harder to find. And we'll do a more mixed list of people, and then you can do whatever you want, whatever aligns with your interests.
So what we've been able to accomplish, again, in the impact in the press, we have now kind of a growing mailing list of people. Each time we connect with people, we say, hey, do you want to be on our mailing list so that you know about the next events? We're building connections with campus departments as we pick new topics and themes each year. We kind of work in with those different departments. This last year, we added in the Women's Center as one of our partners, and they are now active in helping us plan and fundraise for the event. And we were able to pay our speakers last year, which was lovely. We didn't get to do that our first year.
I got to Santa Days in this time instead of the Bozeman Inn, which was a huge step up.
We've started connecting with Wiki Project Montana. We haven't done much with that, but we have more people looking at that page than I think have looked at that page in a little while. Each year, the student newspaper has attended and written a nice spread article on what we're doing. And as we mentioned earlier, the Yellowstone Public Radio put an article out on what we were doing and accomplishing. Each year when we go to market the event, we put it on the campus calendars, both in the student side and the faculty and staff side. MSU has weird internal marketing. We've put out public service announcements, and then we also do a lot of direct marketing to department heads, group organizers, and stuff like that. And we put a quick snapshot. This was as of September, end of September. Our stats from the dashboard, which the link is live on our slides, so if you want to see how we're doing and keep in touch with us on our dashboard, you can do that.
And I know we only have a few Commons uploads, but all of those are from either the Montana State University Archive or the Montana State Archive, or last year, one of our the person the article was about was there, and we got to take a picture of her and upload it, which is very awesome.
It was very cool. One of our presenters was the head of the School of Agriculture, talking about that. And so while she was there, we wrote an article about her. She got to present, and we got a picture for the article. So
it was pretty great.
It was pretty awesome.
And I also have been doing wiki side stuff where I'll put it on Telegram, put it up on Wikipedia somewhere, on like This Month in Glam or something like that. And that had brought Mary Ockerbloom, who will write a couple articles for us even though she can't come. And so it's been really awesome. And so we want to keep going. Mel is my favorite success story. When I talk about things that I'm proud of on Wikipedia, it's this partnership. Because I live in Indiana and I get to go to Montana at least once a year now, which is really cool, and I'd never been to Montana before. Okay, sorry. So our hope is to be seen as a resource to connect with the Wikipedia community for new and growing editors. We hope to continue having this annually. I hope we get to continue the monthly meetups. I love that those are happening. And helping to reach more folks in Montana, other libraries, folks in high school, other parts of the Montana University system, hoping to do more partnership-based stuff. I'm at a university now, and so hoping that we can do more deep collaboration. That's a word we use a lot at Butler, so sorry. And just continue to grow our campus partnerships. I was ecstatic when the Trout and Salmonoid librarian sent me an email because I didn't even know that was a thing, and bragged to Dominic about it because I was like, I got an email from a Trout and Salmonoid librarian. And it was so interesting to work with students who were writing about anglers. I learned so much about fishing and angling, and our hope is to keep doing that. And connecting them more with Wiki Ed sources. We did that time because it was super last minute, but it ended up working out really well. I went 3 or 4 times to their class. We practiced first by editing a small thing, then we did citations, then they wrote a whole article, and I was with them when they posted it. They did 3 of them. One of them didn't stay on Wikipedia, but it's just because they were using primary sources and they shouldn't have, and they weren't listening.
We did in the archives remind them that many times.
They were like, it was glaring that not to use this, but somehow it still happens. Anyways, any questions or comments or thoughts?
And as we open it up, I will mention that we have some planning tools that we would be happy to share with people if they want to get going.
Yes.
Just in terms of like other like smaller editathons and even larger ones that we funded the movement. I know with one kind of partnership that I've seen be effective in certain communities is ones where there's a user group or a group of people that works together with like a photography club or a photographic association that might be like embedded in a university setting or in the state in general. And I wondered if there were any such groups in Montana that you have considered contacting, if there's an interest in doing more media-focused work in the future.
Not yet, but thank you for the great idea. We do have graphics and photography classes on campus.
That's great.
And that sounds like another great partnership that we can expand.
And Bozeman's in the perfect spot because it's near Yellowstone, it's near Teton, Great Tetons, and so
Yeah,
so
and
many
I think
things.
the idea you presented earlier around like inviting students to give presentations on some of the work they're doing might be a natural fit for something like a photographic group at the university.
Oh yeah, thank you for that idea.
Sure.
I hadn't thought about
Have you guys done any, you've done a little bit of work with the tribes, haven't you?
that.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
We this year we're trying. One of our goals is to try and reach out to the head of the Native American school, Native American hall, to see if she either wants to be a speaker or knows of somebody who would like to be a speaker this year. Because with how Montana was made, we want to make sure that that is a part of the story.
And which person are you reaching out to? I mean,
I don't have that on the top of my head, but she's the new head this year.
Of the department?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I know the other thing is you have to be very careful with tribal politics.
Yeah.
Very.
We figured a head of department on campus would be a safe way to navigate some of those politics.
At least you have plausible deniability that way.
Yes.
Have some of your time back. Yeah. Thank you all.
And our slides should be up
Yes,
next
our
Oh, yeah.
slides are on event.
Yeah, thank you for making your slides available.
right now, but I'm hoping there'll be something in the future.
Okay. All right. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Long, and I will talk about the topic about editing in remote areas, specifically in the Arctic region in Canada, and some of the challenges that I stumbled upon, as well as some of the potential opportunities to fill in the missing pieces. And the reason why I proposed this talk is that I think last year when we were in Indianapolis, we have heard that there was an open letter by the Native Americans that were addressed to talk about some of the challenges involved with the representation. And because of my work, then I also have some opportunities to improve the coverage of the Canadian Indigenous population and those contents, and also images, text, etc. So I'm doing this work. My day job is working for a Canadian federal government agency called Polar Knowledge Canada. So that way, work often brought me up to various parts of northern Canada, where even Canadians will feel that to be north. So like north of 60 degrees north, including 5 times north of the Arctic Circle, so like 66.6 degrees north. That's also where you would experience in summer 24-hour daylight, and also in the in wintertime 24-hour darkness for a period of time. And a lot of those are predominantly Indigenous, First Nations, and also Inuit lands. The way that we describe those individuals in Canada, we often refer to them as Indigenous. The term Indians or Eskimos are pretty much phased out, although there are still some arguments over trying to reclaim the use of those words by those groups. So even within their group, there's still some debate, but I would just stick to Indigenous populations, or calling them Indigenous for this talk. And I myself has been a Wikipedian for 20 years, and whenever I travel up there, I try to kind of do a little bit of a background research, looking up stuff before getting there. And I noticed there were a lot of missing pieces, articles super short. And as a result, I thought, hey, maybe we could do something to fix this problem. So here is a picture of the geotag articles across all Wikipedia language projects on the left-hand side. And also a little bit more recently with the Wikidata geotag items that are on the right-hand side. As we could see, the northern parts of the Canada are pretty faint, whether it's on Wikipedia across all the languages, or also Wikidata, which also, for example, including like geographical features like lakes, rivers, settlements, etc. And here's kind of the meat of the bone. We know there remains challenges and content gaps within in North America. So because of my work, I focus more about remote areas in northern parts of Canada, because that's pretty easy for me to get to. And we know content gaps can be in different variety and forms and shapes. We know population density plays a huge role. You have more people, you have more cell phones, you have more cameras, so you can take more pictures, more frequent pictures. And whereas for low density, like in Canada, we have fewer potential editors to begin with to take a wide swath of areas. Most of them are like in the land or in the lakes, and very little attention is paid to like geographical areas or lakes and rivers where they're deemed to have like little to no economic value, right? The coverage on the land, it's a lot easier to depict pictures while it's near roads and villages and hamlets. Much more difficult to take pictures of water, lakes, and rivers. And off-road areas are also notoriously difficult to get to. We know internet really sucks up north. YouTube sometimes have issues loading. And it also makes it difficult to organize edit-a-thons or upload images just because it takes excruciating amount of time, and the community might complain if you run an edit-a-thon and jam up like a quarter of the community bandwidth with only one cell phone tower. And moreover, all it takes is cloudy skies like today, and suddenly you lose part of the satellite coverage and stop the satellite signal. Availability of sources, that's a huge thing. Many indigenous groups pass down their history orally, which is deemed to be unreliable or primary sources on Wikipedia, and even text. For some of them, it's relatively new concept because they were brought up by missionaries within the past 200 years. So there is not a lot of a written record available. And a lot of those, even if there is, it may be written in indigenous languages. And if you look at some of those articles, the history section often begins when the white settlers arrive and then have a little bit more documented history. And you would often notice that the notable indigenous residents are completely missing. There's no like notable people that came born or died or work in this community. It's usually absent. But if you look at like larger or more like non-indigenous community, then you'll see a much more comprehensive list. And how do you even cite oral history? It cannot be done under the current Wikipedia environment. And we also understand UNESCO also classified all 60 plus the indigenous languages in Canada to be critically endangered. Because due to the government assimilation policies and actions, especially around 1950s, 60s, 70s, all the way to the 80s. And if there are sources, they're often written by the government or churches, which may be hiding certain narratives or trying to portray a certain narrative that represents the truth, but because of the citation requirements, this may be considered as the only reliable source available. So, adding text is relatively easy. I don't need to travel up there, and I could still sit at home and able to do those. But photos have to be taken on the site, and because I'm already there, why not take some photos? And sometimes if you crawl through Flickr or panoramic when Google hasn't shut it down, they might have some photos there, but they're often small, grainy, or they're basically tourists happen to be going there, so they may not be exactly having the encyclopedic value of an image because they're taken more from a tourist point of view, maybe taking a ferry to go across the river, right? So I applied for a Wikimedia Canada microgrant to support the direct expenses available related to photography, basically renting a car, covering for the gas, the mileage, and also insurance. And because I'm already going up there, the plane ticket alone costs like 2,600 Canadian, or in American dollars about $1,800 round trip for like 3-hour plane ride. Yeah. So I have two activities. The red circle area was the one that I did in February of this year in the Inuvialuit settlement region, and involved driving on the ice road. The second microgrant is more recently, which is indicated on the blue circles in the north, and those were done just last month, and those are more in the land because they haven't, the snow hasn't came in yet, so everything's still water. The second activity, the photos are still uploading at the moment. I still haven't put them together. So right now I'll show you most of the photos from the February. Here is kind of like where the top left is where the ice road begins, and we could see the Richardson on the top right. We could see the Richardson Mountain over here. I also take some pictures of, like, for example, the community hall, city hall, and also some of the ice roads when I'm basically driving whole day. And at the same time, I also take some photos that are more oriented for the tourist point of view for Wiki Voyage. So these and also destination pages that may be relevant for travelers that are going there. So restaurant, hotel, gas station because you don't find a gas station for a matter of 90 minutes around, give or take. So if you're stranded, you are stranded. So we also have, like, for example, the Klavik, a tourist center on the right. We also got an inn over here, and also another small hotel with a restaurant but right beside it.
And also, I think
So what are some of the impacts from just this single microgrant activity? And it covers up to 1,000 Canadian dollars. So I was able to visit 4 indigenous communities belonging to the Gwich'ins and the Inuvialuit people, and I uploaded 120 photo comments. 4 new categories were created, including 2 local politicians, and they were basically the only freely licensed pictures available. One of them is actually a current commissioner, which is kind of like there's not a direct comparison, but I would compare that closely like state governor in the U.S. And also mayor of the largest town over there. Also community facilities, infrastructure, police station, post offices, schools. We also took some photos while I stopped just randomly stopped on the side of the ice road and took those photos that were identified as needing photos and upload to comments and link to Wikidata. And I also created two new Wikipedia pages and also improved 3 existing Wikipedia pages. And I also updated like those amenities of the hotels, restaurant, whether the food suck or not. Well, unfortunately, you have no option there. So it is okay for you to put those information there, even though it's original research, because it's the only restaurant within like a 60-minute driving radius. So whether you like it or not, suck it up. So what did I learn? Well, driving is tedious because it was driving for like 600 kilometers or about 480 miles in a single day. Yeah, it was a lot of driving because I was basically doing after my work finishes, so I have to respect my workplace because they're paying for the bills, right? Like I said, slow and poor internet, it's really an Achilles heel, and that applies not just in the Arctic, but also, for example, in Alaska, or even in center part of the U.S., where internet connectivity is not as strong as in big cities. Uploading photos takes a long time. Like I said, you only have 1 cell phone tower in the entire community. You don't want people to complain that you're holding up all the bandwidth. We found that the Commons app and some of the Toolforge tools that I use, for example, the WikiShootMe, require constant internet connections. Anytime I move just a little bit, it's going to send a query back to the server. It has to update again. And the result might take a while to come back because the internet is slow. And they're not really suitable for these remote areas. So a possibility is maybe there needs to be some kind of like an offline tool or able to download a CSV beforehand, JSON, XML, some sort of that kind of stuff, just so that we could actually have some tool that we could work with as a backup plan. Or in cases, I will show you when there's absolutely no internet at all. It's also not easy to look up and verify information. Some of the stuff were miscategorized. For example, I drove 45 minutes to supposedly a research station and a weather station, and all I could see was just white snow. And I have to drive another 45 minutes back. Thank you. And your eyes will get tired after looking at white snow for hours and hours and hours. And because some of the Wikidata items had a wrong description, I was trying to take a peninsula, but it turns out that I should be focusing on the water channel beside the peninsula, so I have to crop a lot of those pictures out. So they turned out to be a little bit more smaller resolution or grainy, unfortunately. So yeah, so this is kind of like, I literally, so this is from the top to the bottom. That was about 2.5 hour drive following literally the contour of the river. So basically as soon as you leave this bend, you lose cell phone network and you do not get cell phone for an hour and a half, almost close to 2 hours until you hit the straight bend when the river mouth just starts shooting and goes straight. Seasons and weather played a really huge role. Ice roads were great because if I plot it on Google Map, not this one does not even show up on the Google Map. There's no road available. It would tell you to go all the way around and drive 4 hours, but it's a shortcut, community maintained ice road. For that portion, it takes about an hour, but Google said if it's by boats, it takes about 6 hours. So ice road makes it really fast. You could drive about 80 to 90 kilometers per hour. Sorry, I don't do miles, so go figure that out. So I would say maybe 40, 50 miles per hour on the ice road, skidding all the way. Seatbelts are unsafe in the ice road. Do not buckle up. Why? If you're going under, those few seconds where you're trying to find your seatbelt and unbuckle, your first thing is grab the door and jump out. That few seconds of unbuckling could be between you getting wet and cold and die from hypothermia versus able to jump out and roll out into the snow. Pack extra food and water because if you're stranded somewhere in there without a satellite phone, then yeah, good luck. Your next car might come an hour late, like any direction, maybe an hour later. Winter, because it's so far north, and in wintertime, very little daytime sunlight. Sunrise is at 10 a.m., sets at about 4:30 in the afternoon. So less daytime for photography. Summertime, flip side, you might have 20 hours of daylight. Plenty. If you want to do a photo walk at 1 a.m. in the morning, Bob's your uncle. And in the summertime, I planned for a boat activity, but unfortunately there was high wind gusts, so I could not do that. It was pretty gusty. And yes, having a satellite phone will be very useful. If you ever get stuck in a snowbank, then at least you could call for help, or at least people know where to find you or your dead body. Another thing is car rental is very expensive. $300, $250 a day, so like almost $100 more than in the city. Sometimes could be hard or even impossible to find in really small communities when you only have like 600 and 700 people. Maybe easier to actually find and rent an ATV or a snowmobile than actually renting a pickup truck. Oops, sorry, I forgot to flip to this slide. So that was actually my boss's boats in the summer, but I was unfortunately not able to get onto the boat ride. What about Starlink? Yes, it's fantastic. Some of those more premium plans even include InMotion, so if you're on a boat or driving down on the ice road, it would be no problem. You just put the receiver on the back of the pickup truck. That is great, and a lot of the people up north uses Starlink, but it causes some issues when it comes to GeoNotice and also especially GeoNotice, but also Central Notice. If you're trying to set like the coordinates to show the banner to a specific group, we found that out when we were trying to do like a remote edit-a-thon for people in the north. I tried to set it, thanks to Richard, to set up to 60 degrees north, but if they're using Starlink, their location shows up as they're in Toronto, and they would not see that banner. So the phone might show them having show up the banner, but their desktop would not show up because they're using Starlink. So that's something that interferes with it and also reduces our outreach. I'll just quickly leave this. Second last slide. What could you do to help? If you're a tech developer, think about ways that allow for remote or reduce the need to make a call to the server and return back, so that it's more useful for remote areas. If you travel to remote areas recently, upload what you know. There are like restaurants getting in or tourist attractions, tourist centers in Wikivoyage. If you took those photos a long time ago, they're still beneficial because we just don't have a lot of photos. If you recall from the map where we were showing all the geotag articles or locations on Wikidata, there's not a lot of photos available up north. Even if they're old, long time ago, 70s, 80s, or it could be 10, 20 years ago, those could still be very useful. If you'll be traveling to those places, well, start picking up creating a list, a paper list, so that you could refer to those information. And of course, don't forget about safety. Always let people know when you're gonna head out, which road you're gonna travel, when you intend to head back. If you're delayed, try to at least give them a heads up that, hey, I'm gonna spend a little bit more time in the community. My revised ETA is whatever time. If you're staying home and don't have the luxury of traveling to up north while spending like 1,800 USD, well, you could still be focusing on improving these contents by correcting the description, uploading the metadata. You could be also writing above the pages. We found that a lot of the election records and also many politicians in Northern Canada are still missing. Completely missing their red links. And even as simple as just linking the common images to Wikidata and also Wikipedia pages will be tremendously helpful. So I just want to quickly acknowledge Wikimedia Canada for the microgrants, which allows me to support that activity. And of course also my government daytime job, which allows me to travel to these amazing places. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. I'll be more than happy. Do we have a few minutes?
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm more than happy to take some questions, comments. Yep, maybe, I think she had.
Oh yeah, well, one thing I was curious about is, did you get the chance to take pictures of like local plants and stuff? Because I know.
Sorry, local plants.
Plants.
Plants. A few, but also I didn't do much because I'm not really good with plant IDs. So that's but yeah. Is there any reason why you were asking about plants in general?
I've looked into like getting photos up for like botany and stuff, like plants that don't have pictures, and a lot of them, especially in rural areas, don't have good photos. And I know places like iNaturalist can help for identifying them and seeing it.
Yeah, and yeah, GLAM institutions would also have those repositories, and oftentimes they're really nicely prepared slides. So I think that's definitely a possibility. Another possibility is start crawling through published like peer-reviewed publications. If they are CCBY or CCBY SA, I have found some photos from there that are like plants and trees. So that's another possibility that could be brought in, because those have the appropriate licenses that could be imported in Commons. But unfortunately, it all have to be manually. You have to hand crop it on Paint or some other editing software and then manually upload it. I think the gentleman in front.
Yep. I was really interested in the map you included about like the geotag locations throughout the world. I was wondering like how that sort of varies from what a map would look like if it's just based on population. I mean, you see there's definitely overrepresentation in like the US and Europe, but I'm wondering what other factors might influence that. Like I assume access to the internet, like in Africa, it's definitely a little bit less.
Yeah.
I noticed like there's a sort of empty stripe down the middle of the U.S. There might just be like mountains and desert or something, but
that could be the Rocky Mountains. Yeah.
Population.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah,
it could be also a population. Nobody lives in the top of the mountain, right? So yeah. But population density is definitely one. But if you look at Africa, we could see that Africa is yes, it's a huge continent, but there's also like a huge population density. So it has to do, I think it also corresponds well with the comment about like internet availability and also the transmission speed. If we're taking pictures, those are much larger file size than just submitting text contributions, and that also hinders the participation in remote areas or also in areas that do not have as well developed internet access.
Yeah, I just
maybe tying on with the plant ID question, I was wondering how you created your to-do lists, and maybe if we wanted more pictures of plants, how do we get that into a to-do list for people who are going out to these places?
I think I don't have a specific strat. Like, are you talking about when I travel up there? Or
yeah, I'm just curious about what your methodology was.
I usually use the WikiShootMe tool, which allows me to look at all the red dots that are like identified as missing. So that way I kind of have an idea when I arrive, and I'm also cognizant of some things like hotels. Those, even if they're not identified as requiring images, I usually pick those because there's very few hotels up there. So there's gonna be an entry on WikiVoyage no matter what. So I will always have a use for those hotel or restaurant images on WikiVoyage regardless.
So if there was a Wikidata entry for a plant that was geotagged, it would show up in...
I don't think it would be geotagged because it's because you have to talk about geographical distribution and such. So the tagging may not be very accurate.
I'm mostly like hypothetically, if there was a Wikidata entry that would show up in WikiShootMe for that reason, that would make it more
I guess it would, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, I think last question.
Yeah, Andrew, I was wondering, listening to the sort of limitations around connectivity and bandwidth issues in the regions of northern Canada you've been in, I wondered, do you have familiarity with the Wikifundi open source software that's been developed by Wiki in Africa, which provides an offline editing environment, dependent on sort of a Raspberry Pi-like device to, hold some of the, the software, of course. But to the extent that there are these issues, I wondered if you knew about or would consider using that tool to support editing work in the region where there are these kinds of challenges.
I'm not aware. However, all populated settlements do have like at least one cell phone network, so they're not completely out unless you're having a cabin 1 hour out on the ice road.
Yeah.
Then yeah, they probably would have a Starlink already. But ultimately, if they're editing, they still have to find a place to upload those edits at some point. So they have to wait maybe a month or so. I just felt that they could still do the editing, and I don't see too much I don't see too much gain by doing it in an offline mode and then still have to upload it using the same cell phone tower just at a later date, or maybe in the overnight period when there's a little bit less people using the bandwidth.
Yeah, I guess I had imagined that maybe there are some circumstances where someone who is coming into the region might be able to bring that to, a more highly connected environment to be uploaded later after the sort of editathon is completed. But if it's the case that a lot of this is just happening locally, then I agree that may not be the best solution.
And I would say we prefer people that are locally because they know more about the communities much more than me. Just fly up there for 5 days a week and then come back to Toronto. So yeah, I would still like, if it's an editathon, I would probably prefer something that's more grassroots oriented.
Sure.
All right. Oh, I have one more question.
I'm very sorry, we are out of time. The next speaker has to get set up. But I think Andrew's happy to answer questions out in the hallway.
Thank you.
the slides for this, the slides for this I put on the Etherpad. Right, Etherpad. So eventually, I suppose we'll upload them to Commons someplace or another. But the slides have a lot of information in it, and I'm going to try to go quickly because I really want to be able to get your feedback. I have some questions, to prompt questions at the end. But the slides are available on Etherpad. So, great. So I'll get started. Thank you so much. Nice to see all of you. Nice to see some of you I already know. The description that we have in the conference is a little bit different than what we're going to be talking about because we did not know that this would be where we are at this point. So my name is Jeffrey Kiefer. I'm the chair of the Affiliations Committee. The Affiliations Committee, as many of you know and some of you don't know, we work, I think I can have that on the slide. We work with the overall affiliate ecosystem, which would be chapters, thematic organizations, as well as user groups. And we advise the Foundation Board of Trustees on matters related to affiliate recognition and unfortunately derecognition. So we as a global committee we are a global committee. There we are. We actually have members on most continents except for Australia, but otherwise we're pretty global in that way. The top two rows are affiliation committee members who are voting. The bottom two rows are affiliation committee members who are advisors. And the advisory role has shifted quite a bit. You probably recognize a number of people here, just they're very active throughout the movement. To give a little bit of background on where we're coming from with this, because we will be talking about a proposal for the future of the affiliate ecosystem. Where we, last November in 2024, we had a strategic retreat, and we gathered together and we were invited to focus on these two questions. What role will affiliates play in shaping the future of the Wikimedia movement, and what does the affiliate ecosystem need to look like to effectively support these roles? Those questions came out of some of the feedback that the Foundation Board had presented based on the process with the MCDC process. So that's kind of where those questions came from. Because Affiliations Committee has been around for some time, really dealing with movement affiliates, what does that look like? Now the decisions that are ultimately made will be made by the movement. So what I'm going to be talking about here is how members of the Affiliation Committee have really been thinking about this. When I showed the pictures of the folks, and once again the slides are on the Etherpad, on the Affiliations Committee, what were not listed there were, we currently also have 3 board member liaisons who are active in having a presence with the Affiliation Committee, both for guidance as well as for feedback. And that's been really, really helpful for us as a committee, a global committee. So we had, let me come back to here. We had 3 working groups which came out of our strategic work. One looking at capacity building. Capacity building has not traditionally been in the bylaws of the Affiliations Committee. So often we'll get a request, well, what about this, or how do we learn that, or who helps us with this? It's like, great question, we wish we could do that, but it's kind of like out of our scope. But capacity building was something that has recently been put in our bylaws. So for us, it was just trying to figure out a little bit of what does that mean, right? What does that mean? Because we don't exactly have funding. So what does that look like globally, and what are some of those needs really, and how can we best partner with others across the movement really to think about that? Conflicts, I work with affiliate conflicts specifically within the Affiliations Committee. Conflicts are difficulties, shall we say, between different affiliates or within affiliates. They get a bit challenging at times. And then affiliate model, and the affiliate model is really what we're talking about here. That's really the overall process. The affiliate model looked at what is the definition of the future affiliates. If we look at the current ecosystem, and we heard this in a presentation, some of you were in the presentation a little earlier, where they were talking about funding. So what does that look like from affiliates? There are 180, give or take, affiliates right now. As some of you know, there is a pause on approval or consideration of new affiliates, in part because this work is going on. Now, the draft proposal that we have here is the initial outcome of our work. And when I mentioned that when we first put together, for this conference presentation, when we first submitted it, we did not know exactly where we were time-wise and for where this proposal is and how we got it to this point. So, the ecosystem pilot, and a lot of you are aware of this, and you've probably seen this document. I do have it linked once again on the slides in the Etherpad. Towards a healthy ecosystem of Wikimedia organizations. There was a paper that came out several months ago or so that kind of just started the conversation. It wasn't meant to be the conversation. It was meant to start the conversation. And that was very helpful for a lot of the work that we were doing because we were already thinking about this. We were already engaging with some of these discussions. Now, the ecosystem movement pilot has developed separately. So that developed outside of specifically work with AFCOM. One of our advisors was a member of there, but it really pretty much developed on its own, as many things do. And what we're seeking to do right now is we're seeking to start to bring these pieces together so that then there'll be something that could then be presented to the movement really for discussion. So that Toward a Healthy Ecosystem paper had been discussed, but what hasn't been discussed is this work here, which I'm going to start to share. It will be on Meta. I expected it to have gone out in the last day or two, but it hasn't quite made it there yet, but it will be going on Meta. And we do have a paper that will include this plus a little bit more information, a little bit more detail. So one of the things that we found is the majority of people that we talk to, they say that the current ecosystem of affiliates doesn't work. But then when we ask them, well, what does that mean? Yeah, it's quiet. Because we often don't really get clarity around. Everybody says it doesn't work, but nobody really say, well, what about it doesn't work? Because you can't really fix something if you can't identify what about it is problematic. So in the work which we were doing, we were trying to deal with that problem. Because if we're able to clarify what the problem is, then it makes going forward a little bit easier. So there are unmet needs and expectations of projects in their communities, difference in incentives for different kinds of organizations. There's an imbalance of representation and influence of individuals in organizations. There are overlap user groups recognized along with some chapters, which of course lead to conflicts, which then I have to deal with that, because that's part of my work on my subcommittee that I deal with within AFCOM. There's also a bias towards creating new groups without a clarity on why it's hard or impossible for people to work with existing affiliates. Like, let's just start this as a group. Well, that's wonderful, but do we really need to have an approved organization? What are we really getting for that? Especially when you're looking down the road on trying to avoid conflicts, which unfortunately often come up. So these are some of the problems that we had started to identify that then lead us to this. So the purpose of affiliates has not been changed within the movement for many, many years on what exactly is an affiliate. And if we went back and looked at some of that work that had been set up years ago, before I started doing this work in 2018, we'll find that it's not entirely clear, and it doesn't necessarily speak to the current realities where we are right now. So we wanted to take a look at this and say, well, what is the purpose of an affiliate? Ultimately, it's to help the movement achieve its mission and vision. Right? So that means a group of people that have some sort of formal, approved structure that would then fit into this to help make communities thrive, create opportunities, and nurture some sort of a sense of belonging. Now, for some of you, you might be looking at this, it's like, this doesn't sound like rocket science. Isn't this already happening? Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. And what we've also started to find is, well, we could look at these and we could say, well, this is working or this isn't working. What we found is that, well, how do you really check up on some of this? And what does that actually look like for affiliates that might not necessarily be doing some of this? And all of the time that's spent with that all eats into all sorts of resources. So these are what's kind of behind some of this. So the outcome of the change process is to improve the support systems for wider reach and stronger impact, which seems to make a lot of sense to a lot of people. So having clearer roles and responsibilities, collaboration, so there'd be coordination, without unnecessary overlaps. And this unnecessary overlaps is so simple to say. But boy, does it get dicey when we start looking at it in particular situations, unfortunately. And then to deliver stronger programs and support to communities and partners. These are the proposed shifts in affiliate categories. What you don't see here is thematic organizations, and there are only 2 right now in the organization, but thematic organizations are not here. We're looking at chapters, which were the original affiliates, by the way. So we're still looking at chapters. We're thinking about hubs, and that's going to be one of the questions that I bring up, because I have some prompt questions at the end that I really want to be able to get your thoughts on, and user groups. And we're looking at these as chapters being formal organizations, clear scope and structures, highest levels of rights and responsibilities. It doesn't sound all that different from what we have right now, but there are some differences. Hubs, we're looking at hubs as being coordination groups, which is kind of how they're developing. Hubs are not yet formalized across the globe, but they're popping up all over the place. Some of them are structured, have staff, have funding, and some don't. Okay, once again, part of it right now is because we don't really have a structure. Hubs have nothing to do with AFCOM currently in the current reality, which then presents, of course, some potential challenges as well. And then user groups. And user groups do exist right now. They're by far the majority of the affiliates that are currently exist right now are user groups. We're looking at user groups more as informal groups. In other words, right now user groups can be highly structured, nonprofit organizations, get their clear funding, not necessarily different from many chapters how they work, because there's a great blurring at this point. But now, where AFCOM is being supported within the foundation is slowly shifting, because we do get foundation support for staffing, right, to help us with some of this stuff. I mean, all of those people I showed you on AFCOM, well, the 15, 18 people, all volunteers, so as mine. So we do have foundation support to help us just, to schedule meetings and take minutes and help us think through these sorts of things. And as part of that, what we're starting to notice is a lot of this comes back to funding. Now, not every current affiliate gets funded. I'm not saying that. Not every current affiliate wants to get funded. The same thing with even future affiliates. But funding is something that's always there that AFCOM has never had. AFCOM doesn't award funding. We have nothing to do with funding. But because so many of the more structured parts of the organization, of the ecosystem, especially the chapters and the thematic organizations, by the way, because the vast majority of those do get funding, that then has like a natural connection with some of the work that we're doing here. So we're looking at this as a level system with categories. Level 1, basic, informal user groups, having the right to use trademarks with limited or no access to financial resources. Right now, there are very few kinds of funding that would or would not be available depending on the kind of affiliate you are. There have been a lot of shifts with funding and how that works. And this is actually looking to try to standardize some of this and standardize the language a little bit more. Level 2, organized for groups and entities, either formal or informal. User groups, hubs, or chapters with a proven governance model. So it's looking at basically how do you almost look at the development of organizations, the development of an affiliate, kind of like that. What does it mean to be a healthy affiliate? What kind of structures or what kind of internal governance or transparency exists? What does that actually look like? We talk a lot about it, but there really isn't a lot written about that, which we're trying to do as kind of part of this whole process. And then establish and then mature organizations, which doesn't always necessarily mean older. It means that they're more mature from a governance perspective. Once again, all of these slides are in the Etherpad. Thank you. All of these are in the Etherpad. So, by all means, I would encourage you to go back and take a look at these. One of the things that traditionally we have not done is we have not set expectations for affiliates, which, once again, we're trying to look at this, especially for funding, right? If you have funding, there's always some sort of an expectation that you're going to do what you say you're going to do, or you're going to report out, or you're going to be able to show, the outcomes, or whatever it might be. And even that kind of language isn't really standard, so we're working in that area, and we're looking at the expectations of affiliates as representation. So you have the community, number of active members, etc. a governance model, some sort of governance, and then consistent results. And once again, for affiliates that are currently highly structured, highly funded, they often have a lot of this. With staff, that they have all of this. They make sure that all of this is in place. But what does it look like to have an organization that doesn't have this, that wants to go in that direction, but they don't have the internal capacity to do that? What does that look like? So we're trying to just think through and just literally to be able to present some of this stuff, to be able to get feedback on this. So, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. So these are the 3 questions that I'm really, really interested, along with anything else, of course, you want to share. This is just a proposal. It's the first time that some of these ideas have been seen. But three kind of questions that we're really, really interested in, because we don't necessarily even have our own clarity as a group about these things. What are the clear and reasonable definitions of responsibilities and limitations for each proposed affiliate category? So if we think about the 3 categories that we proposed, chapters, hubs, and user groups, what does that look like from a responsibility or a definition of that? So it can be a little clearer, because right now it's the current reality, it's very, very fluid. And that's fine for some people, but it presents lots of challenges as well. How will hubs fit into the ecosystem? Hubs we've been talking about as a movement for years. We're not there yet, but like everything else, it's coming. How will hubs fit into this ecosystem? Are hubs a form of affiliate or not? Because if they are a form of affiliate, that means that somehow they're going to need to be put into some of these structures. If they're not an affiliate, then it's a moot issue. Then let somebody else deal with it. I'm not sure who, but anyway, those are some of the questions about hubs. Are they expected to be formal organizations? Do hubs need to be legal freestanding organizations? Some of them are. Some of them are not. Do they need to have their own funding? Some do, some don't. Right? So what are the expectations around that? Because we talk about that as a language, even talk about a potential North American hub. Right? There's talk about that, but what does that mean? And how is that similar and or different from some of the other hubs that exist around the world right now? And then what is the expected growth path for thematic and linguistic groups? And that, if you're not involved in any of those, you probably don't understand some of the complexities that are involved in that. Thematic groups would be an organized group that is not based on a regional basis, because most countries that have chapters, the chapters are countrywide. The US is one of the very few countries that does not have a countrywide chapter. Instead, they have 2 city chapters and a whole bunch of user groups. Right? So that would be an example of regional, right? So what would that look like on a regional basis? But then thematic, because we do have some very successful thematic groups, right? With the two thematic organizations are both thematic. One of them is really, really structured. The other one has its own structures. A little different. We have a couple user groups that are highly structured. Some of them have their own funding. Some of them don't. They're thematic. However, if we think about that, there's always the potential for overlap. What happens when you have thematic and regional that have some sort of competition for similar funding sources or similar people, similar human resources? That presents some challenges. But what is that expected growth to look like, especially for thematic and linguistic user groups? I mean, some countries have hundreds of indigenous languages. Does that mean that there should be hundreds of these user groups that would deal with the languages? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, these are the questions. This is my last slide, by the way. These are the questions that we want to throw up, as well as anything else. So, yes, please.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. One being, first of all, we're a user group, thematic user group. And it would seem to me that as you are creating this, or talking, we should be contacted. That's what I'm trying to say. Nobody's contacted us. You're going to be creating rules that affect us. We are a small user group. We do a lot, and we accomplish a lot. We have some things that are funded with grants. We have a hub that is under us, not over us, a developing hub. Okay, so I'm going to use the thing of, what's the word I'm looking for? You're talking about governance as an example. Okay, so So when you start talking about governance, exactly what are you talking about? What kind of governance model are you talking about? Okay, so there's all kinds of questions like that. My concern about that is we are already doing a lot of organizational work that you don't get credit for and Wiki widgets. And are you going to be asking us to do more of organizational work rather than the actual work? That's my question.
Great, great. I'm not quite sure what you mean by organizational work.
Like talking about administrative, like talking
Reporting.
about a governance model. Okay, I'm a chair of a board on another board. We use a governance model. And the board spends a lot of time organizing governance and managing governance.
Just and obviously I can't talk specifically about your situation, but when I'm using that term here, I'll just give a simple example.
Yes,
right.
thank you.
So one simple example would be to have a sense of what does it mean to be a member of your organization, right? Somebody wants to join. What is or they're problematic and you want to remove them. Do you have a system that's hopefully you never need to deal with that, but it happens. You have a system to be able to remove them that would then be transparent for the members so they'd be able to understand it, right? So that kind of example. Or one of the things that we found in this kind of like leads to some conflicts, and some of you might know of some of these kinds of organizations where you have a user group and the person who is the chair of the user group has been the chair of the user group since it was founded 10 years ago, right? In other words, there doesn't seem to be a way of having elections that are public or public input. So what does that then look like if we're going to say for good governance, well, you should have new ideas?
What if you're small and organic?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying
Right.
to say. You're small
Mhm.
and organic.
Mhm.
We're not the New York Wikipedia group. We're small, but we do a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, is this going to make things difficult for us? That's what I'm asking.
And it does sound, I wonder if you're going to change how you move up in the Wikipedia sphere when you have so many administrative requirements, because you have to write all this down.
And who's going to do that?
And who's going to do it when it's, and it's not an edit. And also, when you talk about linguistics, you are talking about Africa and some other places. You're talking about the United States too, but there's a scarcity of resources, and it feels to me that the foundation board is working very hard to get people to work together around granting, and you're adding another layer. And who needs it?
And you should be talking to us. Because
But that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah, well, more than this. I mean,
Thank you.
yeah, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Don't make rules that are going to make our lives
Right.
more difficult and limit the capacity of what we can do.
Thank you. Yes.
I just
Oh,
wanted
I'm
to
sorry.
bring in the online folks.
Oh,
So I have
good.
a couple of questions from online. So I'll start with the first one, then we can go to someone else and I'll come
Thank
back
you so
again.
much.
So Josh wants to know, I'm curious to know what happens with the existing affiliates with this proposed new model. Does the AFCOM have a plan for bringing user groups, chapters, etc. into compliance with the new affiliate model? Will affiliates that can't meet the standard of the new model end up losing their affiliation? What does the AFCOM have in mind for that?
Great question. Thank you for asking that. I'll look at the little owl thing here. Great question. I don't have an answer for it yet. Now, with that, let me make two comments. All of this information will be going online for public feedback, right? Because we need to get public feedback. Second of all, this is not an AFCOM decision. This is a movement decision, but it needs to start someplace. So that movement paper, that ecosystem paper, was one place where that conversation started. What AFCOM will be sharing with us is a second place where that feedback will then be, because we need to move forward. Supposedly, and this is not my date, but supposedly all of this will be decided by March, like this coming March. I did not set the date, but that's what I've been told. I'm not quite sure how that's going to allow for feedback, but that's really out of my control. However, those questions that you asked are wonderful questions, and I can imagine that there are lots of people who are going to be asking those same kinds of questions. I don't have an answer for you. But what I can say is it's not forgotten. Those discussions have happened. Those discussions are very actively happening on what do we do with this. For example, if we want, AFCOM doesn't have the power to force groups to merge together. But if the current model suggests that that's going to happen, that's a conversation that's far beyond what I could suggest. That involves legal issues, that involves, all kinds of other issues. And all of those things take time and will require resources and input for people. So what I'm saying is that nothing's happening immediately. And this feedback is really good, and the questions are really helpful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes?
Could you talk more about how you guys envision that goals and expectations will change? Because our chapter has been, every year we have our general report full of metrics and goals and so forth, and we're already doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Would anything change for us, or is that for the more looser organized groups, or what would change, I guess, is the question.
In the last year, the annual reporting that's done for affiliates that's currently done has shifted. So that had been after a several year process of asking different kinds of questions. We're right now the very first group of affiliates have gone through that, and we're literally parsing the data just to try to understand it. So just to try to understand, is it working? What questions are there? What isn't working? Because before that, we didn't necessarily have that. Now, affiliates that get larger funding, multi-year funding, often have a different way of reporting than affiliates that either don't have that or have much smaller funding. And even to have something that's different, I've had some affiliates that don't get funding, they say, what are some of these other tools that say, for example, what chapters would be reporting? What is that? What does that look like? What are they asking? Because I've never seen that. And just by not having that knowledge out there tells me that there's, we have some sort of a problem, movement-wide even having these conversations. Because not everybody go find it online, go look on Meta, right? You've probably heard that, so. I hope that helps. Do you have another online
another
question?
online.
And just can I note really quick, sorry, this has to be the last question in the room because the Wiki Canadians lunch meetup is going to happen in 2 minutes. But I think Jeffrey will be happy to keep chatting with people.
Yeah, and I'll be here the rest of the conference, so by all means, find me or post it on Etherpad or send me an email or something. So.
Cool. So for countries which have multiple competing user groups, will the AFCOM end up facilitating mergers of groups or making them work together, or finding solutions which would address the root cause or causes of groups not being able to work together?
If I could give an answer to that, I would be able to solve all of our problems across the world, outside of Wikipedia also. Those are some of the challenges, and quite honestly, I'm looking at the owl where the camera thing is. Quite honestly, those competing groups with the either overlapping population, overlapping funding, or overlapping thematic areas, that's what's really helping us to move some of the stuff forward, because those overlapping issues are not going away. And they only end up destroying our members who really want to contribute because they find themselves at odds for some of the resources and acknowledgement and what have you. So they will need to be addressed in a way. I do not know how that's going to be. That will be some of the feedback that I'm hoping once all of us gets online, right, on Meta, and there will be an announcement going out, that could be some of the questions that are posed so we could have those captured even more than what I'm trying to do in my notebook right now. So, but I appreciate the question. It's a very good question. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. And I look forward to talking with some of you here during the conference. Thank you.
Now it's not streamed, right? Yes. But it seems to be the opposite. Now the mic is active. Is it streaming now?
On YouTube? We can always
I have this video tutorial, but yeah. Room D. I was volunteering for the previous session, but I just want to make sure it's set up.
Live feature Saturday, that's today. This room D, right?
If I hide the camera.
I don't know when this guy walked by.
March was over, it was over 14.
What did I go for?
Be the Wiki Women Lunch and is the Wiki Women Summit. As some of you may know, this is something that's been happening since 2005 at a Wikimania in some far-off distant land. We're going to start off with our keynoter, Jenny 8 Lee. Jenny, take it away.
All right. Let's see. Okay, you can start if there is getting started. So my name is Jenny Lee, and I was invited by Rosie to give a talk basically about my experience with Wikipedia. So let's start. So first time I heard about Wikipedia was actually no, this is the first question I would ask you to do. So good exercise. You can mull during the session, mull afterwards, which is you should ask yourself, what are the 5 things that you enjoy doing most while you are doing them? So not like running, where you basically like enjoy, like kind of enjoyed having run, like just sort of think about all of that. I was small. Okay, so first time I heard of Wikipedia, so one of my colleagues at the New York Times, actually, I DM'd me, or if you guys remember AOL Instant Messenger, AIM, RIP, AIM, and they said, you have a Wikipedia page. And I wrote back, what's Wikipedia? So that tells you a little bit about how early it was. And indeed, this is the current version now. I have a Wikipedia page. And I was like, what is this? So this was basically back, I guess it must have been in 2004, though my memory is like slightly earlier. And they said, Jennifer Lee, the woman with a single digit middle name. I love it. And like, God bless Wikipedians. And, not that I should let it go to my head. I'm like kind of ranked low importance on many categories. Everything from journalism to the United States to women writers and women in business. But one of the things I appreciate is sort of like the detail that they went into my biography, which is I was born in New York City, like down to my birth date, which is kind of weird and creepy from a identity theft perspective, but okay, we'll roll with it. So being born in New York, this is sort of my life. I was born near Columbia. My dad was a grad student there. And this is sort of our tour through life. I love the talk page actually about me, which is like, isn't 8, should we put 8 in her Chinese name? When I got a Chinese Wikipedia page, I put 8 in my Chinese name, which like kind of doesn't make sense. But I kind of love the enthusiasm. So then I actually picked up editing a little bit later. So it looks like I went back 2009, my first edit under my account, as opposed to my account actually goes back to 06. And I think I added a bunch of stuff on fortune cookies because I'd done a lot of research for a book, and then I guess decided why hadn't it made its way onto Wikipedia, so I decided I needed to do that. So I was sort of ahead of my time in many things. I wrote the first page for Airbnb, which was then deleted for not being notable, actually, at that point. But, I could relate because I was also nominated for deletion. But luckily survived that. And the wonderful thing is once you survive deletion, you cannot be nominated again, because I just had another deletion attempt in April where someone was like, looks too self-promotional, which is kind of interesting because I even intuitively knew very early on it's like totally gauche to edit your own Wikipedia page. So I just kind of had watched it evolve over time. There was some stuff with gossip columns that eventually made its way out when they strengthened the biography of living peoples kind of thing. So I'm very proud to say, actually, my thing is creating new Wikipedia pages, and when I Google something, I don't see it there, and I expect it to be there, I will start writing it. And I think as a result of that, I've just hit the top 10,000 of Wikipedia editors. Ranked by English Wikipedia new pages created. And I don't know if you guys have ever calculated this, but I've calculated this as a result of looking at that list. 1 out of every 1,075 pages on English Wikipedia is written by Rosie. So she has 6,000 and change articles under 7 million and change. So I was like, that is a really incredible statistic. Okay, so some of the things I've written. AI slop. I started with slop, parentheses, artificial intelligence, to differentiate from the other kinds of slop in music, but then they had a renaming for AI slop. So another one I did is, I don't know, polycule, if you guys know what polycule is. This is, if you don't, I think this is a crowd that doesn't know what polycule is, but a lot of my friends who are into polyamory are very proud that I did this polycule article. And then I've done other wiki work, because why not? Because that's the way I roll. So probably the first way that I kind of got more into what I would call off wiki world, I guess sort of people in real IRL, was work that I did with WikiCred, which kind of basically looks at the way that Wikipedia can be used to strengthen the information ecosystem. So we probably basically started indirectly this would have been 2018. We had a conference called CredCon in Austin, which was sort of a hackathon-y type thing. And we served banh mi tacos, which I think you should always try when you go down to Austin. So a crew rolled in, including Kevin Payrabi and Josh Lim, and they created a tool called Sight Unseen, which basically adds little annotations of icons from, in terms of source assessment into the list of references. So you can basically scan very quickly if it is, generally reliable sources, are these news sources, are these like things that have been deprecated, are these blog posts, are they advocacy things? So we got a grant from Wikimedia Switzerland, God bless them, because they give technical grants, to basically internationalize it, and it is now actually a gadget on China's Wikipedia, which is interesting, and we're working on doing things like that. Okay, so then so I remember Kevin Pierabi was there, and he looked kind of sad that day, and I was like, why are you sad? This is at ConCon. And he's like, the foundation isn't going to give us money for WikiConference North America in 2019. And I was like, well, how, I don't know, I was like, how much is the conference? And he's like, and I'm thinking like, it's 300 people, it'll be hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever. And he's like, $50,000. And I was like, I can raise you $50,000 and you make it about credibility. And indeed, we did. So again, thanks to the donations of Craig Newmark and also the blood money from Facebook at that time, we probably had a budget of $130,000, which actually gave us money for the conference, and then we had another $100,000 to do grants. And this is us at MIT, one of the coolest, I think it was one of the best ones up to that point. We had a record number of attendees in our WikiConference North America, this article written by Rosie, Kevin, and Andrew. And then that also has we had another WikiCredCon, which was in Valentine's Day weekend at the Internet Archive just this past year, which is great. Craig came and spoke again. And we had these lovely red t-shirts, one of which I wore yesterday, of course, and then things happened. It's a very popular t-shirt. We probably still have some extras. This is one of our youngest sort of WikiCred members. This is a child of Emmeline who helps run the San Francisco group. And we had served, actually all my events have a lot of food, so you will always appreciate, you can see the food porn. And then one of the quirky things that came out of it was Wiki Asteroids, which is kind of, I don't know exactly how it started, but the Internet Archive has like a old-fashioned arcade game kind of console, but with Internet Archive things, and someone was like, what if we did that for Wikipedia? And then Kevin Pierabi vibe coded this in literally 10 minutes, and then has iterated it. And then actually, since it's Valentine's Day, this is one of our proudest Wikimedia merch. Yes, which is the custom candy hearts with custom Wikimedia messages. So I think we might want to do that again. Or I actually think that the Wikimedia merch store should add these. But it was well spent $300. Okay, and then recently we did Wiki Game Jam in New York City 2 weeks ago, which is basically Wikipedia and video games, go. And it was super fun. We had over 80 people program, more than half of them women, which is kind of really fun. Also lots of good food. This is pizzas from Industry, which is very good in Brooklyn. Highly recommend. And this game was really funny. It was who has had more spouses? Based on the Wikidata item of how many spouses people have had. It's God bless Wikidata. It is actually really surprising how many people have had spouses. Okay, this is the winning team. Actually, how many people have had how many spouses? This is the winning team. You'll see it's kind of fun because 3 out of the 4 people are women. And they met there. They did not roll in together. They were let's kind of imagine. And they basically created this really fun dream game where you're going through a space in the walls. There's photos from Wikipedia pages, so it's very it's you're in a dream, but a Wikipedia dream. And one of them knew Unity, and so they could they basically used it they used a game engine to sort of do everything. And again, vibe coding, God bless. And then last night, we actually had a whole come play all the games, and it was super fun. I would say highly recommend doing these kinds of events around the country. And now you can see our entire arcade. You can go to, I think it's playwiki.games, and one of the categories is Wiki Game Jam. And it was sort of co-sponsored or whatever, hosted by Wiki House, which is our brand of fun wiki things. We also did a big event at South by Southwest. So the big thing that I've also done is Wiki Portraits. And where we basically improve pictures of people on Wikipedia. This is a Nobel Prize winner before and then after. We kind of got him, and then we send them to places like Eurovision or Cannes Film Festival or what else is really fun? South by Southwest, and they're amazing photographers in the Wikimedia group. And one of the fun things, this is Vera de Kock, who is Media Contributor of the Year and won a prize at Wikimedia this year. And that was at Art Basel. This is at Essence Festival. This is at Eurovision. Also 3 Eurovisions and South by Southwest. This is at Cannes. Lots of folks. I have to say the Germans, I have to shout out to the Germans because they were doing wiki portraits before wiki portraits. They're so well organized. And then, we basically help and train people for and improve their ability to work on all things photos. And it's been really nice because there's a big sense of community, and we kind of meet people where they are. So if they're professionals, we work with professionals, and we send them to like Venice Film Festival where they wouldn't otherwise be credentialed. Or if you're new, like I think Rosie basically started with not having a not having done photography really, and now takes a lot of photos at book festivals. This is Locarno. God bless Wikimedia Switzerland again, because the Swiss have a lot of money, so they've given us money for Art Basel, Locarno Film Festival, and Eurovision, because this year it was in Basel. And this is, yes, again, in Basel. So it's been really interesting to see the impact of wiki portraits over time. So I just sat there and calculated, at this point, more than 1 out of every 200 page views globally on Wikipedia is illustrated by a wiki portraits photo. If that makes sense. Yeah. It's like kind of depends on the month. If we have the Pope, that was like a really good month for us. That was like 50 to 75 million, or 75 to 100 million views right there. Yeah. We call that a wiki Pope-trait because it took quite some work to get that, because you have to be a resident of Rome to be credentialed. You can't just roll in and take a picture of the Pope. And also we do realize there is a natural ceiling to how many portraits we can get on Wikipedia, because you can't get a portrait of George Washington or Ben Franklin these days. So we have at least 100 new global contributors as photographers, and they've spanned everywhere from Brazil to Finland to Australia. I think there's one photographer rolling in and taking photos of her literary festival in Melbourne this week. So these are just some. This is, I think this year, I started this maybe January. I forget where I started the clock for this. And for a long time, dashboard. Also, WikiEdu for having these amazing dashboard tools, because it allows us to sort of track folks. So we have at least, so 124 people have created accounts, and I think of those, 100 of them, these are new people, have uploaded photos. Total commons uploads are from just from this group is 17,000. Overall, Wiki Portraits is kind of 33,000, and we have a backlog that we're trying to get through. And then what's nice is, of the people who are themselves photographers, they kind of come in. It's a very nice, friendly, top of funnel way of getting people onto Wikipedia, because you do not really get into editing disputes at that level. So if you have a photo, you can just upload it, and then there's if there's no photo, you can just add it. If they're kind of famous and it's Brad Pitt and there's lots of debate about which photo he looks hotter in, then you don't mess with it. But generally speaking, I would say it is one of the friendliest ways to introduce people, and it's a very good way to sort of engage photographers, and we've been pretty proud of the whole kind of crew. And as they learn to edit and add their photos, they naturally become concerned when there's no photo of someone. If there's no article for a photo that they took. And one of the interesting facts is, I think more than half our photographers are female, give or take, and then at least 40% are POC. That's partially because I'm very diverse, and all of that kind of comes along in the Jennyverse. And as I mentioned, they do articles too, because there is what's nice about wiki portraits is systematically, if you take a photo of someone at Cannes, they're probably notable. So why isn't there a photo? Why isn't there an article on Wikipedia about them? And actually, one of the most interesting examples was 2 years after this woman was named president of the Cannes Film Festival, there was no article on her. So I actually wrote this. It's still very basic. You guys can jump in and help. Partially, it's basic because the best article about her, Le Monde, is behind a French paywall. But if any of you guys have access, there's actually quite a bit of press about her. But I was like, we have a photo. We should create an article around her. So, as in terms of like the flywheel of finding a systematic way of finding notable people who are like out there, and if they're kind of either speaking or they're on a red carpet, like chances are they're pretty interesting. Okay. And then the other thing that I've been working on, which is not in these like kind of wiki things, this is a smaller project that I've been working on, is this idea of editor recruitment. So I'm of the school of thought that actually editathons are not a very good way of kind of getting people into the pipeline and making them stick. So luckily I have friends with family foundations, and one of them gave me a $10,000 grant to do an experiment. And basically my kind of theory is that articles get generated when someone has wiki ability and then someone has like whatever their interests are, which is why actually I remember in early Wikipedia days, there was more text on Lord of the Rings than the entire continent of Africa. I think that has smoothed out. That has smoothed out. But like, that is why there's so much on trains on Wiki. So you can look at that and say, what can we do? We can either shift people's interests who are already on Wiki, or we can give people who have interests Wiki ability. That's sort of, and so I think I went with the Wiki ability thing, and we created a program called Wikimedia Immersive Training, which was run basically by Jake Orlowitz, this is also him for CredCon. He's like in the Jennyverse in many different ways. But essentially the idea is we take people from beginning to end in 6 Zooms, so 6 hour-long Zooms, and they have written a Wikipedia article from scratch at the end. And I think that is a very good way to, one, address knowledge gaps. So if you get the kind of people that care about the areas of knowledge gaps that we feel like we have, then they now have the ability to address that. And like, God bless the people who do like, vandal patrol and reversions and all of that kind of stuff, because we know we need that. But in terms of systematically addressing knowledge gaps, it's like getting people and then giving them whole kind of toolkit, and then having them kind of move in a cohort together. And so they're friends. We have like WhatsApp groups, and they're like, oh my God, can you believe what's happening with this guy in Coldplay who thinks he owns the article and all of that. So of those, okay, so this actually is frozen in time, but at the time that because at this point, thank God for the outreach dashboard. They would only do a year at a time, but now I think it's switched so that we can actually do more tracking over time. But I think that we trained like maybe 20 people went through the program, 18 of them finished, and this is kind of like between the 2,964 comments uploads, a bunch of articles added, a lot of articles started, and I also discovered through that thing is it's sort of Wikipedia editing is sort of a hit-based system. So you're looking for your hits, and B, who went through this program, is now in the top 1,500 editors by new articles created on English Wikipedia. So I was like, oh, this is you're basically working to find the people that, as Leanna once told me, Wikimedians are born, they're not made. So you're trying to find them in their natural habitat and kind of bringing them into the fold. And in terms of one of the reasons why I asked you, what are the 5 things that you enjoy most while doing them? B said, editing Wikipedia articles is one of their top 5 most enjoyable life activities. And I'm like, oh, then you are definitely in the right place. And so, I think that's it. Did I hit 18 minutes? Do I have more time? Am I good?
You're good.
I'm good. If you have questions, maybe no questions, I don't know. Let me know. Woo! I feel like I have other things to say, but I feel like I was working on these slides yesterday during the incident, and then got derailed. So I just finished them about now. Yeah. Question.
Hi, Jenny.
Yes.
Emily here from Women's News.
Yes.
So, I'm very interested in what you have to say that you think editathons are really not like the best, way to make progress on one's particular, special interest. So,
But they are good for public engagement, like they're
public engagement.
Public engagement, like great photos all the time, yeah. But in terms of moving the needle on wiki content, I don't think they're the most efficient use of time and money.
So what, do you have any suggestion, or have you developed sort of maybe a curriculum, you might say, that wiki projects could take advantage of to come at it from this perspective you just described?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, it depends what the goal is, right? Is the goal to actually improve the content? Is the goal to develop a cohort of, move the needle on underrepresented populations? The way that we price it out in our budget is we assume it costs $500 to train a new Wikimedia editor to write an article from scratch. Like when I go to my grant folks, I'm like, $10,000 will get you approximately 20-ish, minus like the fiscal, the admin fee, 20-ish kind of editors. And I think you recruit the kind of people that you think will become Wikimedia. And then part of it is, the filter is if like you're willing to sit through, like hours and hours of training, then maybe it's for you. I mean, I will say this, which is we actually did partner with Women Do News. Do you know this? We did some training with Women Do News.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, I think maybe like 8 people went. I think none of them finished, if that gives you a good sense. And if you look at my other population, I think it was like we trained maybe 20 and 18 of them finished. So if that gives you sort of a sense of, the kinds of personality that you have to attract. One thing I really respect about Wikipedia, and I really do respect this, which is it really respects people who do the grind, right? And that you are willing to put your head down and do very, very tedious work, whether or not it's uploading photos or categorizing or like vandal control or like starting all these pages. And there's like a really nice track record of that. And so you don't have to like gone to a fancy school or like really even finished school or something. Like if you're willing to put your head down, your track record speaks for itself. And I think that it rewards people who do that. And one of the great things about kind of Rosie is that she is the kind of intersection of like totally is still in the grind, even though having been a trustee, she is like uploading thousands of photos from all of these events. And so there's a kind of personality type, I think, that like enjoys the grind and doesn't mind it. And I think we have to search for that kind of personality. Versus there's a kind of, like you can talk a lot, and I think there are many companies in this world where like people, the politics of a company and you can, talk a good game, but in terms of actual things down, I think we're looking for a certain personality type in terms of people who are willing to move the
That's
needle.
helpful, thanks. I mean, because I won't take up a lot of time here, but just, for the first several years, we focused like really on journalism conferences, and now we're switching kind of gradually over to, being more part of the wiki community. We're journalists, so we had to ease into that. But yeah, because we felt we tapped out how much we were going to get from talking directly to other journalists. So
Yeah, and I don't necessarily
saying, what you're saying sort of backs that up.
Yeah, that like you can recruit. I mean, there are people for whom they love this. And actually, the nice thing about wiki portraits, and I don't know as much if writing will kind of get the same response, is we were profiled by BBC, and literally I was getting like 20 like people coming to the site per day, filling out the volunteer form, and we were just like, what is this? And it was sort of like, oh, you tapped into an emotion that people didn't know they had, and they found like we're the outlet for photographers. Like there's a woman who out of Chicago who like literally professionally does portraits for a living, and she's like, I have this one skill, and I now know how to use it to make the world a better place. Right? She didn't have that before. And I have many opinions on Women Do News because I know Amanda Hickman who who's on your board, I guess, and I would say that if that is the goal, there are, and you have resources, there are strategic ways to deploy those more efficiently.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are we good? 18 minutes? We're good? Okay, thank you.
So we're going to do, let's see, how to move forward.
A photo?
I don't know. want to advance to the next.
Oh, yeah, the next slide. Yeah, oops.
And the next one.
Thank you.
And
Ta-da!
the next one. And we can stop right there? On this one? Okay, that's what I was doing wrong. We're gonna take, there's a couple things we're gonna do next. One thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take a photo, and Mariana Scandra was gonna join us for the photo. She was just standing there, but I don't see her.
She's down there.
Is she? Okay. We're gonna invite her in, we're gonna take a photo, and then we're going to do something with these shoelaces. If you were at Wikimedia Nairobi, you know what we're gonna do with them.
Yes.
If you weren't, you're gonna find out real quickly. Let's bring in Mariana, and how would you like us, what do you want us to do?
I think standing would be good, but also if you want to have a row of people seated in front, then you'd probably get everyone's faces much better.
Okay.
So, but then it might take a little rearranging. So if you want to just all stand, that's fine. I can get higher up and take it.
Okay, so just everybody stand?
Yeah, everybody stand and maybe just not where you are because there are too many gaps. You have to get closer together. And actually, if possible, can this table be moved? Is that possible?
I think that would be great.
No, no.
I don't think so.
I heard some scary noises.
Hello. Hi.
There we go.
Hi.
Hello.
Exactly. I love that you're the same height as me.
Yes.
Just a second, just a second.
I'll try.
You can see those were the full extent of the women who attended that Wikimedia. Does that surprise you? Look at how many more of us are just in this room. So certainly as a community we've grown. In Wikimedia 2005, they had a photo competition. And this photo of these shoelaces was one of the winning photos. I'm showing you here because this is now 20 years later, and it's an example of sustainability if we continue to use maybe the metaphor of shoelaces. And so that's what I want to do. What I want to do is use these shoelaces, which I haven't taken apart, as a metaphor of a way to bind us together so that we remember that we aren't here just for today, just here for these 4 days, but that somehow we stick together as Wiki women as we go out into the world. Some people at Wikimania tied them to their backpacks or around their wrists. Somebody put it in their hair. People are creative. I leave that to you. I'm going to pass these around. You're going to have to do the work. There's 2 of them. Just take one and then pass the bag around. Jenny, giving you the
I like the turquoise.
job. There you go. And while we're doing that, I think let's open it up to a conversation. I don't know if we can move our chairs or, you know what, we can do whatever we freaking want. So you want to move your chairs to be more like we're looking at each other instead of at each other's backs. Open a conversation. I'm not going to moderate it. There's a lot that I think some people have told me they wanted to say, they wanted a chance to speak. This is going to be your chance to speak.
Thank you. Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor and just turn that?
I'm gonna.
Yeah, just.
I won't go.
Will you be up there speaking again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there enough?
Sorry, I was very confused by how you were.
What I'm hearing is that
I feel like we don't have a particular.
No, I think the video first will be.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little organizing.
Exactly. No, exactly.
Time things. So they can go there.
It's not
That says wrap. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. I just want you all to be in the frame is the thing. You're still in the frame. You're still in the frame. That's fine. Thanks. Here.
okay, thanks for getting. Sadly, I'm gonna be in the favorites.
Mom and Dad will be like home, Boston, and
I broke it once. I can't read.
invited to Boston. What do you think?
I mean, I thought you were going for a matched pair.
As luck would have it, I will probably break the same one.
Otherwise, we do have context.
I just need, no, I don't need this. I think they're your reviews. I just got
Is it bad? Yeah, we have time. Thank you.
Is there a difference in how you assign people into a system? I was like, yeah, we wouldn't know.
My last job, sorry, 2 jobs ago, when I was cover support now, if it was a foreign national, we would have to submit their passport 48 days.
We're gonna do a little. Yeah, sorry. So we're gonna do this.
Which is wild.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild that it's more restricted there.
Well, because there's all kinds of like sensitive stuff flying around. I think Congress,
True.
You're not going to
global control certain spots. Yeah.
I mean, I think just walk around that hall, you're probably going to see something.
No, you're great.
What? No, congratulations. Well, I don't know if congratulations or gold is, but either way, it's a big thing.
I just had to action. I put the wrong date. Oh no, I didn't know. I was actually 11/11/01/99.
I think I'm just gonna say I'm gonna ask you.
What's the?
Yes.
Yeah. One or two?
We're not.
Two.
Two is the I have the risk of saying what I believe. You should feel happy to say what you think.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for listening. That's why I feel it too.
I'm not sure.
Kind of have to show up if I have
for this
but that's what I see.
So I'm going to go to
that
Maybe I can just say the comments to you and kind of.
Great, yeah.
All right, I think we're gonna get started. Yeah.
Signal
Maybe.
Or like whispering as we say.
Hi, everyone. I think we'll get started. Thank you for choosing to spend this time with us to be in conversation with the Wikimedia Foundation leadership and board of trustees
I know we've all been together, but I always introduce myself just in case. I'm Mariana Iskander. I'm the CEO at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I am joined by 3 of my colleagues, Selena Deckelman, who's our Chief Product and Technology Officer, and then 2 members of our Board of Trustees, Kathy Collins and Mayrie Clark. Our plan for how to run the session is that we're going to just start with a little bit of conversation, particularly Kathy's been around for a little while, Mary's relatively new, just so you get a chance to know who people are at a human level and talk a little bit about their experiences. What we want to do is then move into smaller groups where we're going to take our questions so we can actually have a good way of dealing with Q&A. I think we've divided it up into enough topics to cover the kinds of things folks might want to talk about. And if not, I'll answer any question you have, and we'll make sure that we don't leave the room without questions being answered. But what we'll do is do a little bit of me letting them share a little bit about themselves, and then make a proposal that will lift our chairs up and kind of move them around a little bit, and then have some conversation and Q&A. Does that sound okay? Okay, we've got enough heads together. So what I thought I would do, go to the next slide, is just, we're your hosts for today, but obviously we have other members of the Board of Trustees and of our executive team who are not here with us today at WikiCon North America. And just, I guess, to remind you of that, go back to the title slide. And I'm mindful that we don't have an elevated stage, and most of us are pretty short, and so when people speak, they're going to stand up so that you can have a sense of who they are. So I actually wanted to start with you, Mayrie. You and I, stand, here you go, she's shorter than I am. No. You have to stand here because we're going to be in the frame. Okay. So I wanted to say that you and I have been in a conversation for a period of time about the foundation and the board. Mayrie has been on the endowment board, which is how we got to know each other in the first place, and that when I met you and learned about some of your other experiences, it made me curious about whether the foundation board was something that would interest you. So I thought maybe you could tell folks a little bit about yourself and how you came to do this, and yeah, what the other experiences are that you bring to the foundation.
Okay, great. So I grew up far, far away from here in Oklahoma, but I lived for 40 years in New York City, raised my kids here, and then moved to Connecticut. I had a full career in financial services, both in the kind of the brokerage side, Morgan Stanley.
Can you speak up, Mayrie?
Sure.
Do you mind trying to speak up?
So I was an investment banker and securities person. I also was a money manager. I started getting interested in board service early. I'm a student of governance. I've learned a lot about it and written about it. I've been on about a dozen boards, not-for-profits, private companies, and public companies. A couple of them are really interestingly similar to this one. So, So one was the Stanford University Endowment, where I served on the board for 8 years. I was on the executive committee. And the interesting thing about that is it's made up of donors, faculty, staff, and other experts. So lots of stakeholders on the board itself that represent all the various stakeholders that it covered. I should also mention, by the way, that I've been a donor to Wikimedia for 20 years. My young son proposed it to me when he was in about the 7th grade, and I really started leaning in when it became so clear that this is humanity that we're representing, and this is neutrality that we're representing, and we need it so badly. So I'm really honored to be part of this. I just want to go back to similar boards. The other board that I'm on that's really interesting is the Deutsche Bank board. So Deutsche Bank is the largest bank in Germany and one of the largest in Europe. I joined that board because I concluded, along with others, that we needed something other than just American banks to have power in the world. And Deutsche Bank was in big trouble when I joined the board. The really interesting thing about it is it's half elected by shareholders, like most public companies, but half the board members are elected by workers. That is a requirement in Germany. And they're only German workers. So whereas the main body of the board is very international and globally oriented, 10 are purely focused in Germany, and they go kind of across the ranks, and includes 3 union members that are also elected. So I was really interested in how the community works here and the similarities there, and so we started talking about that, and this just became more and more interesting to me. The last thing I'll say is, I mentioned that I'm kind of a student of governance. I work with a group of Stanford alumni writing about what makes for a really high-performing board and what makes for an outstanding board member. And that's been really interesting to me. I've learned more about how boards work just from doing that.
Thank you, Mary.
I think I'm taller than both of you.
Yes, that is definitely taller. You've been on the board a little bit longer, but still newer. I will say something about Kathy because often people do things that are not visible to our broader community, and the amount of time that Kathy devotes to the Wikimedia Foundation and to the Wikimedia movement is really quite extraordinary. Is in it every day, working on things every day with our staff, our fellow board members, and our community. I just want to express gratitude for that because most people can't see that. So I think similarly, Kathy, two kind of questions for you. The first is a bit about yourself. You bring a lot of experience from interesting and related kinds of institutions. And the second is that you have both observed and now been quite involved in the board election process, and we know that that's on folks' minds. And so I thought that it would be good to just give you an opportunity to share those reflections. We are going to have a small group to talk about governance, leadership, and the board election, so folks have questions, we'll definitely be able to talk about them very directly, but just to give you a chance to, just your reflections.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for coming. I'm Kathy Collins. I live in Houston, Texas. Grew up in New Jersey, have been in Texas for 30 years. I joined the board I was appointed in December of 23, so calendar year 24 was my first year. I was appointed to be chair of the audit committee, and then during the course of 24 became appointed as a vice chair of the board as well. And I think
if you're able to.
Sure, sorry.
Or you can move closer up, maybe that'll also help.
I think I was one of the reasons.
Sorry, move a little back.
So my working career, I retired from Rice University in 2022 as Vice President of Finance, where audit and budget was part of my responsibilities. And before that, had budget jobs for the federal government, state of Illinois. And so just a long background of experience in budget and finance and working with organizations of different sorts. And I would say my experience at a university, both at Rice University and also was on the board at Mount Holyoke College, my alma mater, gave me background to contribute, to bring to the board role. And one of the things also I would say is that universities and working in the government are very also complicated places where stakeholders are important. I think I learned that first in my time as budget director for the U.S. Department of Transportation, and realizing the range of interests that different groups had about transportation issues. And of course, with my experience at Rice, the whole education world and the importance of education is a linkage as well to Wikipedia. Like Mary, I've been on a number of boards, not as many as she. I'm currently on 3 nonprofit boards, including Wikimedia, and previously served on 2. And I've really become fascinated with what are the hallmarks of well-functioning boards, of effective trustees. And so I think as vice chair, I bring that interest and hopefully experience as well. So that's a bit about me. In terms of elections, so 24 was my first year of experiencing the election, and then this one, both very different. And as I've learned from talking with others, that in many ways, no year is the same. And so I think one observation is the importance of consistency and predictability so that people know what to expect and that there's a sort of trust in the process. I've also seen and heard the calls for reform and changes in process. The next foundation election is in 27, and so there's time for improvements. And I think that what I've seen from the movement is people are interested in improving. That's why you have the various processes. And so there's time between now and 27. I think in the note that Lorenzo sent, he made it clear that the board was interested in hearing feedback on possible changes, that the governance committee, would be addressing that, needs to figure out a timetable, working with elections committee to do that. But I want to the second message is reinforcing the genuineness of the offer that Lorenzo made in his note about seeking feedback for changes. And then communication is another issue. And I mean, in all aspects of life, whether it's elections or relationships or board business, timely communication, clear communication is really important. And I know the foundation strives to do that well. There were things that were unplanned that messed up the communications. And I know we made a process change this year about moving the vetting from the end of the process to the front of the process. The board came to the conclusion that that was wise to move it first, having learned from the MCDC process of why go through the process of voting only to have the board decide otherwise. The timing, it was unfortunate that we didn't reach that conclusion sooner. So those are some thoughts, and we'll go from here.
Thank you. We're doing musical chairs. As I said, we're going to have one of the breakout groups focused on governance and leadership, and so we'll have a chance for those who are interested and want to talk more about that. My last one is, you may need an introduction, but not, most people in the room, I think, know Selena, who's been with us. I know exactly how long, because I was doing Selena's job before she got here. So just to maybe move from the board to the world a little bit, I wanted you to reflect pretty specifically on the fact that we are trying hard at the foundation to be looking outward at the trends in the world that we feel like we've really got to pay attention to, that we are not scared of data that is scary, and that we are facing into trends and information that might confirm things we're worried about and really face into that. And Selena will talk specifically about some data this week that we shared. And for me, at the foundation, I think for all of us, this idea of looking outward into the world and letting that guide how we understand some of the work we need to do is really, really important. And so just to give you maybe a minute to talk about that, and then we'll get more into it again in a smaller group. And I think particularly with a lens on AI.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Selena Deckelman. I'm the Chief Product and Technology Officer at the Wikimedia Foundation. I live in Portland, Oregon, just on the other coast. Yeah, and let's see, I've been here since 2022. I made my first edit that I remember in 2009 with the help of some folks at an edit-a-thon who helped me make an article about a punk band, which was like really fun. So in terms of the data, I mean, one thing I want to say about like AI affecting all of the projects, and especially Wikipedia, is that there are a number of volunteer-organized, contributor-organized groups. One in particular that many of you might be familiar with is the Wiki Project AI Cleanup. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. They've done, and a few of you, okay, cool. They've done a really incredible job of documenting ways of identifying AI-generated content that's really contributing to like a much broader conversation than just on Wiki. So I just wanted to point that out. If you haven't seen that, it's like an incredibly valuable community-produced resource. And then the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because like all of these things that we do together are very much a partnership. And one of the unique things about the foundation and the work that we do is a lot of the statistics that we produce are quite transparent and they're immediately available, right, to the public. And that is the case with our page view data. So we just published an article in the Diff blog, which anybody know what that is? Diff.wiki, yep, there we go. And it, what it documents is a process that we've gone through since about May of this year, re-looking at the page view data because we saw some anomalies. And the specific anomaly that we were digging into was a rapid, increase in traffic from Brazil that was unfamiliar. And so we were like, okay, what's going on with that? We had classified it as human traffic, but upon review and digging more into it, we discovered that it was actually automated scraping traffic. And so that caused us to relook at our way of classifying bots versus humans and do a revision. And as a result of that revision, what we've seen is about an 8% decline in human traffic. So that's like really, everybody's like, oh my God. Yeah, it's significant. It's quite significant. And I think one of the amazing things about our movement, our communities, is that we're able to take this data directly to you all. It's available. You can look at it right now on the Wikistats website, and you can drill into it and look at it per project, per region, those types of things if you want to dig further. But okay, so what's important about that? So we already had been preparing for something like this to happen because we anticipated that with the changes that are happening on the internet, the rise of AI, generative interfaces, that there would be less traffic coming to our projects. And so we needed to figure out, first of all, what to do about that from the reader side. But then, because it was so easy to generate content, we needed to figure out how to support our editors, our users with extended rights, with features and changes in our products to make it easier for them to find that content, especially if it's bad content, revert it, help people do better, those types of things. So that's a lot of the work that we are doing at the foundation now. We just released HCAPTCHA on English Wikipedia, which has been a big step forward for a lot of the users with extended rights who've been asking for that for many years. We're working on things like edit checks that help right when someone is editing and adding something, prompting them to help them make a better edit, which reduces the vandalism and revert burden on our editors, things like that. So love to talk about any and all of that, other ideas that you have for projects, features, ways to deal with AI. So that's what I'm here for today.
So here's our, yes, perfect. Here is the plan. We've got 3 smaller conversations. What I'm going to ask you to do is to try to pick the one you think you want to go to, because I want to do a show of hands so we can see how many people, and then that'll help us decide how to sort of set the room up to do that. So the first one is on AI and content reuse that Selena will be hosting. The second one is on the future of leadership and board governance within the movement. Kathy and I will be hosting that. I'll ask for a show of hands in just one sec. And the third one is about revenue and the financial model of the Wikimedia movement, which Mayri will be hosting, the endowment, enterprise, how we talk about the finances and the resources that we need to keep Wikipedia and the Wikimedia project sustainable. So I'm giving you 10 seconds to think about which one you want to go to, and then we'll do a show of hands. So if you want to join Selena for AI and reuse, can I just see a show of hands? Okay, cool. If you want to join Kathy and myself for future of leadership and board governance within the movement, let's see a show of hands. Okay. And then if you want to join Mayri on revenue and financial models.
It'll be an intimate conversation.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So I have a proposal. This is because we're going to kind of turn the room around, and I have, I think, a way of doing it pretty efficiently. The four of you that want to talk about financial models, why don't we make a small circle right here, literally with these chairs, and Mary by the door. Then I think what we should do is AI and Reese will sort of be this half of the room, and we'll just turn ourselves into a circle, and governance and leadership will be this half of the room, and then we'll just turn ourselves into a circle. So we might need everybody to like help us pick up and move things around. Yeah.
Board governance is over there.
Great.
These chairs definitely don't belong here, so let's start by.
Well, I guess I'm actually.
If I cut let's replace this page.
Leave it up because I want people to know that there's a breakout, even if they can't be part of it. It's okay, they can know. And we will be in the event HM that I can, if they have questions, I can leave it up so they can see the
Perfect.
You want to sit here?
By the way, I thought I would do like.
You couldn't go get your family?
I have an update because in the streaming room, I made a quick recording.
Yeah, we believe that you're supposed to be here. Excuse me, I got your chair.
Probably keep this
One is because it means this.
So you won't like capture like send comments on other products.
I'm Gabriel. We're a wiki and my dad is Wikimedia structure.
We're going to be in the circle. So we have. All right, we're here. All right, do we feel like we're in the national circle? More or less, is everybody take live as we go through? So we're right there. I'm right answer your question. I think the purpose of the list is like so we can I do think especially on the perspective of the leadership on the board is actually really important. Several of you are on the circle and had different kinds of collective roles on the bodies and on the measurement. Looking at so that to be top and I'm also on outreach like month if there are other things on your mind.
I am Samuel. I'm also a journalist, and I also work part-time with the foundation, also on the WikiConference team, particularly with Wikimedia, and also an administrator on Wikimedia, where I do
broader discussion of AI. And my question is,
I'm Jenny. I was also and also very involved.
The content is Creative Commons license. Is there a distinction to how and how the foundation is governed where all of
the honest answer is
always
yes, in the sense that I don't think anybody can be
the second part
which is also about
So you're a real estate mogul.
Yeah.
We operate in a
learning all of that.
positive
Taking money
financial
Some of you have heard us talk in the last few months
So
about scenario plans that we've been doing on
what
our
oversight or
website.
leadership or
you know,
guidance
set
does
up
about
How,
have
where's
for
the
that
foundation
to
located?
You know, if you
How
drive
do you
more
think about
interest in
flows of
connecting
money across the
where
world?
other
How do
enterprises
you think
are
about changing legal
leveraging
in different parts of the
that
world?
product.
So that kind of planning is actually
Kind of boosting what you
US
say,
dollars.
what,
and I think that's what we're
150 million.
thinking about. I mean, if I understood your question.
So I'll answer it as best as I can, and there might be some nuances here.
My
that I should
experience in
follow up
large
later.
Sorry, generous.
centralized things like this.
But the
Oh, the ones that say, please contribute. Jimmy.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
2,075 to 700.
Okay.
So that's 190, that 110. That's where most of the money goes.
So
Yeah,
there's
it really is. Think about how many people do really.
the foundation's been purchasing like $6 to $7 million in credit card processing
of our
evaluations.
and
various communities.
So,
that
20 million comes from major gifts.
to something that is separate and structured that we can monitor.
Yes, they
that
are.
we can have service level
and of course I
agreements
can see
about,
where
and
the
you can use them for general
Yes, we do.
That we just say from our last paragraph.
not tenure licensed content.
Comes from the investment.
Yeah, and so that's
Part
a
of
really
that is
different
coming
model.
from
But I
the
was, for example,
roughly
concerned
5
about
million and
some
roughly
of
5
the
million.
said that earlier
can their licensing, they don't just like ridiculous amount of money,
Obviously,
right?
I
Do
understand
you know how big the endowment is?
I do. It's right now
The
about
amount of licensing
170. And so it's
So it's like
different. Just adopted a spending.
It is, because we don't change the license, so they take that content as license, CC by SA, it's the same, right? So,
that budget.
or in the
underlying
And that's what I meant.
Right. How do you manage?
Another
And
aspect
so that's the
The last
thing.
5
And
million
in terms of
comes from
like
governance,
oh,
which
yeah.
is the
So,
APIs.
they
that we do.
are-
What I'm
It's
saying is there was like a line where it said it wasn't covered from us to them, but it is accessible to the
I can talk about that.
By enterprise, do you mean
and
working
I was
for
a bit concerned that
Consulting
before
work?
that
No, it's
there
not
was a lot
consulting work.
of
It's the money that they pay or a direct pipe to
spending lots
us.
of extra money
questions
on
surrounding,
And
you know,
we're now, Google is one of the largest. Now,
I guess when I asked people about this, they were like, oh, it's a privacy thing. So like if the candidates that were like disqualified or shared or maintained, and this seems like a term for that.
So that's different than like a licensing agreement.
It's really. To be able to say that, right? And now, Social Security has done a really good job of being able, I mean, I would have gotten involved with people in big companies, and we'd go in and say, we need you to pay, and they'd say, the first thing they say is, we don't use it. And then you get the numbers and tell them,
Yeah, and it's,
you know,
I mean, at the same
like,
time.
$1.5 billion
because that's,
paying
you know,
in
I think one of the challenges
and
is
they,
sometimes
I mean, they probably didn't know it was going to happen all over.
Yeah.
They probably didn't know because they didn't want to happen.
Yeah,
The second thing is getting,
okay, so there were a million people, humans last year.
Sorry.
being able to just
92 million.
formulate
I feel
structure.
I was just gonna say, like,
when I use
The other way for them to do it is
at least I'm aware it is.
No, that
and it's actually a problem.
It's like it's not always easy to fill in the gap. So I think just in Canada, right?
Thank you.
I was in a
Appreciate
conversation.
The other question after was about
I mean, I'm not
So we know what
using
I'm not sure.
we know what we're
at some point
and those
it's
are
like
not
it's
things
indirect.
that can be shared in this setting.
Like I wonder how much like another
you're right
awareness
to be
like
concerned
that
if
people
the message is
have
people can't speak
okay,
for
so
themselves.
really?
That's
There must be some awareness that like they're still using
that was not what was I do think what happens when you have a system with
But it's taken a while.
or maybe to the enterprise thing where it's like
people are
people still
at least
using
not
it.
coordinated in terms of how
it's in a-
messages
Yeah, it's such
are
a,
put out there.
that
It needs to be
thinking
more
about
concerned
and I wonder,
So Kathy said it in her project.
Yeah, about proper
Yeah, they're probably using it more than
I mean, these things have changed, right? When we started the whole API thing, AI was what it is now. So we can say, look,
if it's in reference to what can
we're happy to provide the infrastructure, but can you like throw a little like a little tiny animation someplace when you create your overview that says, you know, take it from Wikipedia.
I feel like
Maybe
that's
we could
kind of hard
have a conversation to clean.
I'm just saying, I was in this conversation.
Dress the bones, it's, you know, they're great getting all the stuff. And,
you know,
you want to talk a little bit about this work? In general, I have one response, but I kind of want to
do
give space for other people to do that, because I can follow up.
Right, because way more people go to Google, TikTok, like all of it's a huge audience, and a lot of the audience is not also
usually difficult to find programs that are really precise.
So a few things that we've noticed are,
So, you know, our main
the free knowledge content is spreading tremendously.
is to generate accessibility.
That's great, because part of our mission is to spread free knowledge. That's good.
I'm just gonna help Kathy by protecting. The elections, you know, the elections committee is another stakeholder. There's a session tomorrow. They vote on more about the election collection of stocks,
trying to
which mirrors an
Yes, my question is future problems of the internet that somebody else is getting worried about. Other companies are like Google, they are more receptive to people
which, by the way, is the majority of our equity holdings, as every one of them has the same weight that exists in the
so
market.
we yeah, but I mean, it would be nice if we were just a little.
And I'm saying, like, community members see there's a few research studies that showed that even though those little links are there, people click on them way less than they used to click on them.
Take enough risk so that our return
It's so similar to the part of the hardware
and our performance
is
quite
when you reuse
and I think a lot of people are doing that
good year.
We don't want to go to the extreme where people feel that, you know, when Deutsche Banks have a union, they feel that the people that they're sending out are just going to tell them
so the benchmark
they
is
would go more heavily on the direct companies. So I think part of the worry here is that part of me feels like there's not much communication, that they don't want to elevate the equivalence of the
the European.
I think that
I really
really
appreciate
important
that.
about this work is
Again,
incredibly
I
useful.
didn't get
Is
to my
that
opening policy
we can come up with
today,
suggestions around guidelines. But the only way we do
mind if I
it
just
lays
make a
out
personal
it's
observation? Because I understand that
So
for a lot
I
of
think it's really important
people,
to remember in all of
I
this
call
that
it
this is
board
an
trustees, all of
experimentation
their
process
reflections.
because
Think of the word as serving many purposes, right?
And so we
One
want
purpose
to
is
be
they're my boss.
we need our donor but I think our small dollar flexible when it comes to exactly how it happens. Small dollar can be protected right now.
And that they're not
Is it we can ensure that people
because most of the issues that take to the board are the ones that have no
one of the biggest
are
challenges
incredibly complicated and require
Set of months that is your
And so when I voice the board, it can't be the community
So that's
members
like
or part of the board and other
because
people
of the way they
or the CEO. It's not a tenable way to operate what a board can extrapolate. And so actually we tried to spend a lot of
And I'm
time
assuming you're
trying to
working
make
with Wiki Education.
which is why
we absolutely shut down that previous bit. But it's like the testing process, it's like software experimentation process, and so you
But if
don't
you
always
look
know
at
exactly
the need
what
for a group of people
just because there's an 8%
usually make
that's
pretty
just
difficult
discipline
decisions.
they're going to try a variety of things, and some may work, some may don't, and we don't totally
It has
have
to be
control over
cohesive
that
as it
experimentation process. Or trying to
And so I think
more
that
class
that's
doing this
been
Wikipedia,
part of the
or
work
also the
trying
same
to
group
get.
will be more
Yes, they
inclined
come
to
to
visit
work in different
Wikipedia
ways.
instead of getting their information.
Well, it was very similar to what Marshall was just talking about, which is that when I think about the mission of Wikipedia, it's not to maximize page views, it's to be as much an impact with our technology. And that when it is a product I would be very curious to see the impact of this on editor retention. That would be, I think, for me, the only metric that would be for this, because otherwise, there are actually potential upsides to having the reach of Wikipedia extended beyond the Wikipedia label, which is especially as attacked by various forces and discredited, as people shift their trust to ChatGPT, rather than Wikipedia's influence going through ChatGPT, we're still in the world perhaps reaching more people than we would reach if we did have the reach. So I am less interested in attribution until we can see that it is affecting.
Or like maybe there should be a non-community nonprofit.
I would love the respect culture.
And
I've always, you know,
like this is not the great place to get respect.
It's just not risk of turning this into that conversation.
And
except for internal.
I don't hear anyone saying that there's a desire
broader right now with what's
right. So those two things sometimes feel like they're in conflict because they operate needs their
I have so much data from students and right now students about their routine use of Wikipedia.
AI-driven marketing.
A related to AI. A portion of our students are saying that they never use it. They never use Wikipedia. And even when we're teaching them why to use Wikipedia, fact checking at the end of the semester, some of these students, it's like they're boycotting the
and then the question is like,
and we're still
some of that might be
saying at the end of the semester that they are never using it.
Already COI.
So as college instructors, we're not really
some of the expressed concerns were maybe
if I spend a lot of time focusing on trying to beliefs that the students have that they cannot trust Wikipedia. And they're using the AI, but they can't trust Wikipedia. That's their head. And then when we started looking at it by different age groups, we're finding that the younger students are the ones that have the strong entrenched belief that they can't trust Wikipedia and they shouldn't.
I wondered to myself, okay, all these years that teachers have been saying,
if that happened,
now that AI is on the scene, is Wikipedia starting to look good compared to how the teachers feel about AI? It's like you really can't trust AI, or like how does that dynamic play out?
I don't know. It's like we're coming in. The internet.
We're in the same trench. But we're coming in asking students at the beginning of the semester, what have you heard about Wikipedia? And they're telling us that it's a bastion of misinformation. I mean, it's just
that's the magnitude
the stuff that
and remember that you're talking about
college students in their first semester are telling us about what they learn about
because it is a spending.
It's devastating. It's devastating.
All it has to do is spend that money.
Well, I'm saying is that we can, because we're CUNY, we can
even if it takes 10
older
years,
students. So if
that's
we
okay.
look at non-traditional
That's
students,
one of the
they
reasons
have much more positive
investment.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I was going to say, my students, my students are in a particular.
The non-traditional students, they have a very different view. It's the students that are coming right out of the
So you want to have some
the bulk of our college students are so it's like
different than 3 years ago or 5 years ago.
Well, others may have better ideas.
That's a good question. And I can't tell you because, like I said, my students are not the particular specific population that you're seeing. They all. The problem is though, like if we are having the conversation about AI, when we tell them that AI is partially being fueled by Wikipedia content, but then AI is not trustworthy, am I like making the argument that actually it is not trustworthy because the AI is? See what I mean? So for them, it's really valuable. No, I know we have the conversation, but I'm saying like I can see some students going like, wait, but we're supposed to trust Wikipedia, but we're not supposed to trust the AI, but the AI is based on Wikipedia. So what's going on, right? So I can see that combo happening.
What are the
So the whole point of that is to be ready
about how to improve our relationships. Because I think when you just say we don't trust, I as a leader, I struggle to know what to do. Like how can I improve that, right? And so there are absolute principles around opting to share as much as we can. I would say is a true statement.
So it's a mixture.
I think we do not have good ways of communicating across our wikis, right? Like, try so many different things, Kelsey and Elaine,
they talk about
for different things.
And so I think for me, and again,
in the post you said they have more, they have more data, more experience.
what are the elements?
To match.
And it's a two-way street. I mean, I understand why.
Well, the simple way that people think about it is, if you're 60,
We also need
you should be 60% fixed
for
income.
large wikis and small wikis.
So if we're 60% equity, you know, it's sort of just, it's a problem. If we're 60% equity, that means the sort of 40.
That's
right.
pretty young on
Yeah.
the income generation.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the endowment is intended to last in perpetuity, right? Now, you know, an issue about that is we can't just go and evade those endowment funds. We can't take out 7% a year. But the good news is, even if everything, you know, if we were completely substituted by Wikimedia, we could still support the infrastructure to keep what's there and whatever anybody else wanted to do. You know, right? It wouldn't have the amount of hits, so it wouldn't need as many server data centers, but we still could hold what we have. So I think that's important.
So we maybe get an answer. And I guess sort of looking at the long term of the endowments, one question that I have, I know college at Lancaster takes about half of its annual income from its endowment draws. Like how big would the Wikimedia endowment need to be to like fund all the foundations?
It would need to be about $2 billion. So we're short of that.
Where are we?
Say again, 170. Yeah, very
We
short.
need a few more Wikimedia foundations.
Sorry?
We're going to need a few more Wikimedia foundations.
Yeah. Well, so, you know.
But that's, I mean,
where-
really, that's great for a nonprofit organization, that's very impressive.
It is.
Yes.
In my experience in nonprofit journalism.
Anyway, it's quite good for an independent museum. All the universities in the world raise that kind of money, and you know, that's one of the reasons they're getting so much help. But on the other hand, for those of us who do the research, it's really important that they have forward. But we're not like that, right? We actually we have a different.
So I guess what I was saying is.
But you know, I mean, I don't know about you. I walk around and now I tell people that I know people worry that Wikipedia's media, and they go, oh yeah, I use it all the time. I see those banners, but I never get.
So worried about.
Are you kidding? You know, the public reading. Yeah, right. I mean, these.
You were saying it, but you were so. One of the things that I want to know from y'all is
I also have been an
exactly
arbitrator.
that. You were saying,
I see
you know,
committee,
what are
right? So
we
I'm
going to
used
do to
also,
sort of balance the fact
making
that
decisions that
with lots
sometimes I have to
with
explain
lots
that
of
the
careful
publication
use
that I
can
have
actually
been
help
treasurer of a local
editing
government
in a major
entity.
way.
Yeah.
And tomorrow we're going to be talking about that.
We
Well, at the same time, of course, they hallucinate like,
I think there's a couple
you know,
things.
like
One
beyond,
is to Marianne's
right? So
point,
they are
what
not
the
very
foundation has
reliable,
done
right?
successfully
But at the
is
same
figure
time, the
out
kids
how
are
to
using that
use
blah, blah, blah.
information
So we could
in
bring in
different
new
ways and
editors
to
that
find
would be interested
higher
in using
trusted
Gemini.
people to
But you know,
then
for me,
have
I would
share
love to
more
know
information
how
on it. So
foundations
here,
are going to
we can
balance
share 10% with the entire
just making
community,
sure that
but
we
we can
don't
share
have, you know, AI slop on
40%
Wikipedia,
with
but
this
at the
other
same
group and
time,
60% with this other group, such that
studying
then
what,
those
because that's
community
what
members can say,
I'm
listen, I'm
studying,
limited in what I
what
can
are the
say,
few
but
things
I,
that we could
but
use
I
them
have
for
some
in a
faith and
good way that
trust,
would actually
based on what I have
enhance
heard,
the
that this was made for the right
like,
reasons.
does
And
your
so,
team
as
have
someone who is
anything on that,
actively
on like,
watching these things from the outside,
what are the things
the fact
that
that you
could
always have unanimous votes
So what are
means
some?
that on something
So
like
what
this,
is
it makes it hard for me to say, oh, are they voting unanimously because the strength of why they needed to do this decision was so strong that they all believe in it? Or are they voting unanimously because they always vote unanimously and they come to it, right? And so I can't actually discern anything about this. And I can't discern, and so there's kind of that one element. And then the other element is, I would love if the board could figure out ways that it could show that it builds and recognizes community values that I think the people in the circle find important, so that in the times that it has to make tough decisions, like removing two candidates, it can be, there's some reservoir of goodwill and faith that, like, yes,
like it's not fair. Like people in one country have like way more benefits or way different time off, and so using EORs helps us
in line with movement values in these other ways, and are reaffirming that and are doing that. And I think that there are elements of that I see in Lorenzo's letter.
There's at least
the board has built up.
I wouldn't say we use like 10 or 12, like one per country, but I think there's
new committee that like has a lot of, I mean, has more powers than trust and safety in some regards, and like I think a lot about the legitimacy
I mean, but
building
this
of that, and I
connected.
just
Let me answer. Let me answer. Yeah. Let me
think
answer.
about ways that can build up that
this
reservoir of
is like
goodwill
way
for when the tough
that people
decisions come.
engage with editing.
I'm just going to be the
This is
key
a thing that is volunteer
and then
in the Scholarly Foundation because right before I need for the support research. I'm not going to
a lot of aspects of
individual
right?
building.
I'm not going to
I
come
think
and tell the
that
editor how to
the board, the
No,
foundation,
and Rosie was certainly raised her hand because Rosie has been thinking about this. Many people have been thinking about this. There are
we have long had an appointment
really great
both setting the community and facing what realities of like having good conversations.
Yeah, why don't you talk about it?
Like part of the problem I think with what happened in this
Wikimedia in Nairobi 2 months ago, there was a session called
the bylaws were changed
Unpopular
more than a
Ideas.
decade ago.
I was invited to speak there, and I did, and I said, as some of you may know, I have been a Wikipedia visiting scholar, unpaid volunteer
As somebody who
visitor
helped to run
at
secure
Griffith
polls
University in
years ago,
2017.
I know that there
In
have
that
long
time,
been
I have
conversations
written
about
just
whether or not
over 700 biographies of pre-20th century transatlantic English language women writers and their works. And what I propose to do is to do a research project using generative AI, and it would be under these circumstances. If the article is not a stub, good article, or featured article, in other words, if it is start class, C class, or B class, and I've written it just over 700 of these.
By the time we get to a place where like a
paragraph is only one or two sentences, because I am a great writer. I write great articles, but I get very bored when it comes to fleshing out that lead paragraph. Sometimes they're spectacular, and sometimes it's one or two sentences. I proposed that I would use generative AI to improve my lead paragraph from one or two sentences to something. Only the information that's provided in these don't add new references, no slop, no hallucinations, no essays, no final supporting sentence, a whole list of don't include this, and a few things of include that. And I have a very nice edit summary that states I'm using generative AI, that I've reviewed everything that it said. Sometimes I use I also gave myself the option, maybe I won't use it at all. I'll tell you what, I've always used it. Sometimes I've edited 50% of the time. And then I have a beautiful spreadsheet. I'm tracking that. I don't know how many of you know what Boris is. I'm Boris's biggest fan.
With building out the enterprise model.
I have, what was Laura's rating before I started this? What was your score? How many minutes did I take to do this? What is the new Boris rating? What is the new API? Was it verbatim? Did I edit it? Did I not use it? And which of the 7 prompts did I use? And which of the 3 AI models did I use? I'm doing this as a volunteer. I'm not getting a nickel from this, but this is my project. This is a study that I'm doing. I plan to finish this study, maybe write a paper on it, but certainly you're going to see it's going to be a submission for Wikimedia Paris, and we'll see what I come up with. What I'm going to tell you about it. In the meantime, you're doing something that seems to parallel it.
And so there is a mechanism.
So there's different teams that have helped
given
work
that
on some of
mechanism,
these
I think
things.
that you use a fair risk assessment.
And they're making a project, so there's
I
another project
don't know that anyone does a
was not
risk
magic
assessment.
they just like be honest, like, try
And I think in some ways, no matter what the expense is, and it could be pretty resilient as long as we all together are just rebuilding its capacity. But it's a movement.
And the idea was
itself
to do very narrowly
I don't know
however,
so maybe there also needs to be, I would suggest there needs to be
that we know are
a
very
real
hard
risk
to
assessment on that front.
say,
The
like,
output of which might say things like never make the decision
Right, and so,
to disqualify a candidate, which means where there are issues, they have to be resolved in 3 months. And I didn't really see that in the communication about any sense
and
that
there's some very specific reasons why
no one
I
wants
see it
to
this way, and it's really, there was like some, we learned a lot from that, like,
I need to learn more about the visitors. So one of the things, because the idea of opening up.
I think at some point in the future, once the editing committee's like ready for it,
On the agenda.
and once they have done their own research.
I don't think anybody in this
how,
group was
you know, this
In some places they have a little
because over the course of their time,
and in fact,
there's going to be a lot of value in
opening
it.
either represent,
they have a thing because they serve
so it was a.
So that's entirely the thing that we're not doing it in that way first. And, but, and, you know, we have things that I think part of the thing that needs to happen.
May not be satisfactory.
How do we want to use these tools? And I think connecting with people who want to use these tools, who are using these tools, and understanding
and that is the case for
that would be really a valuable
magazines.
thing.
We're literally doing that presentation tomorrow, so y'all are welcome.
If you want to learn about what my team is doing,
Yes.
we're talking about tone check right now in this room.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, and
your
2.
component, particularly in terms of attracts new editors and editors are familiar with where serving are coming from.
And how about we charge them?
Across wiki projects, as Wikipedia seems to be written out, but there are, I think
Another
there's
thing I was wondering about the enterprise, I know there was concern when creating this revenue
how
stream
large is
about
your
the
staff to
potential for
onboard
it
these
to
enterprises to
interview
actually
editorially.
I mean, that would be a
there's
responsible
safeguards put in
with
place there.
the
There's
data.
similar things with banners. It's basically like every
staff on,
but one of the lessons of capitalism is like everything about money has the potential to
I think when it comes to the different
I'll just say
editorial
specifics
vision.
about principles that I
enterprises
think
like
guide all of these
I'm
things,
curious
including
to
those.
hear
And
from
you know,
your
I would say
perspective,
the
like
series that I'm aware of,
among
it's
all
a
the
lot
different
about,
revenue streams that
it's a lot about
contribute to
recent
Wikimedia.
changes.
There's like
Are there
very
ones
things for me
that feel safer to you or that you're
You know,
more
those are kind
concerned
of
about?
areas where they're focused,
right?
yeah, there are
Like,
definitely things that.
Balance those risks.
So there are
I've
incredibly
chatted about some of the narrow languages and
how that
there is an education
differently, right?
that's happening about
It is in
what
response
people
to
use that's very small,
but
like
these challenges
they're not represented. But can
I think
I?
you're raising an issue that is broader than Wikipedia, which is how governments are engaging in collecting information in different countries in the world, and now
allow for the foundation
but Joe's part of the team that like thinks about some of this
to
day in and day
restrict
out.
an
And so it's
enterprise from
I can speak a little bit about this. So I'm not an attorney. My name is Joe Sutherland. I'm with the Association team.
And we're talking about
My name is Joe Sutherland.
whenever
I'm
they
the
have
from
a
the
meeting.
software
specialist. I'm
or
also
the
the custodian of the
infrastructure.
So whenever there's a casino, I can figure out for us
It's
to
very
do.
interesting. I think it's about what
It's
it says, because it depends on
Uh,
like way you
very
very
usually on
right?
They go into
requested legal rather than making
I
it
think
as a
I'm
conversation
totally
on the record.
I would need to.
So I think there's like a
I have
couple
like
things. So we
follow-up questions.
fundamentally just collect that much data.
I think I'm gonna, yeah, so let's talk about
The
it.
90-day retention window, which is fairly short, it's fairly helpful to me, but it's very
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
we
It
all
was
collect
made available, like, you know, like, we were parts of section and I was using it.
So like, usually they're asking us for like every scene I've ever read is asking for us to start writing about like
And then, so explaining we didn't have the editors which were to get it, and then it would actually
like when like that's what we need to defend ourselves from
editors to override
just by not quite way
or modified
people
it by default. I think it was, that's how we went about Wikipedia and turned on Wikipedia.
generally I'm working with a lot of people. They're also very
Yeah, I think that's
they're
like
very
That's my opinion, but I think it would work better.
It was always
and I don't want to say that we learned a lot from our people. We try again, it's gonna be different. But I think what's really important, like, so these experiments, like, yes, like you all are doing, I think it will well, that is
what's happening to that case which is why our statements were very careful, like
and really where
careful compiled through and like actually and there was also
Sorry, damn.
Oh, shoot.
But like I think like it's then asking for trust as well. So like it's especially the legal stuff. I think this also applies to the board as well. There's a lot of stuff we're doing behind the scenes that we are monetizing in terms of how much we can circulate that.
Thank you.
But also,
So what are the three dots that you use?
it makes people feel like that.
And you never used one?
We really like that. Well, I'm just like, I love it.
I mean, I use the wall.
It just, you know, just,
We're super
Cool. I love what you're doing. I like that you're adding gravity. And we got all of this. Let me tell you a little bit more.
going back to 2000. I've been teaching heavily with Wikipedia since 2000.
Facing to the front, facing like they were before.
So, I just thought about it.
Are you talking about any song?
No, so the thing is that I've always wanted to have respect because we said
Who is me? Everyone can grab their chair.
Put the chairs back real quick. It's time for tone
Okay,
check.
so like the erasure song.
you know, so that then we become respectable.
I
agree with that.
I guess that's what I was.
I think you're talking about like I want.
Oh, me? No.
It should be different. I wrote to me.
Yeah. Okay. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Good.
How are you?
Good. Good. We should get out of here.
Yeah, we should. I wanted to talk to you about modules.
Modules.
Yeah. Tell me more. Yeah, no. Hold on.
Yes.
Do you want to meet that person? That person is right there.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let's connect.
Strinksy has been like down front of the Donald Trump trial the whole time that it was going on in New York.
I'm Leanna.
And I, get the
yesterday.
Yes, I am.
How was that? Were you at the governance or?
I went to the. Okay, well, yeah. So anyway, he's not here today. And there was some show. He's a Wikipedia, and he's going to be doing a Wikipedia thing at the end of October.
Okay, folks, if you're here for tone check, come in, have a seat. If you're leaving from the last session, please take the conversation outside. Water bottle left in the middle. We can put it, we just put it up in front and see someone might come back. Talk about
I didn't think she were
Play American baseball.
yes, good. So
They're pretty cool, right? Is it? No?
It's supposed to be like a 360.
Yeah, but right now we only have it. I will use it, but you can make it 360.
It looks like a cool thing, like I have no idea how well it works.
It works pretty well, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's probably the
talking and use the camera to point it
exactly, yeah. I think it's probably the best version of
Yeah, Isaac got this on a couple years ago. He showed me.
You get it.
So the research group, they do a lot of sort of like semi-ingesting database tables or whatever, and output it again in unnormalized form. It's just easier to, write kind of like big data analyses on. So that was really useful.
Is everyone here for tone check?
Yeah.
Good. You're in the right place.
They're sort of like the whole Apache stack, yeah. Hadoop and all that.
Yeah, should we start? I think yes. Yeah, all right. If you want to take notes, if questions come up while we're talking, go to this Etherpad. Well, also, you can just raise your hand again. But
It's like for video thing.
That's that. All right. Yeah, all right. And thank you, everybody, for showing up. I know it's been a long day and it's been a long weekend, and we're at the very end of today, maybe. So thank you for being here, first of all. Don't take that as a given. I'm Isaac Johnson. I'm a senior research scientist at the Wikimedia Foundation, and with me I have...
Hi, I'm Sucheta. I'm the lead product manager of the machine learning team.
And my name is Peter, and I work as a product manager on the editing team. As Peter already said, we have an Etherpad. Feel free to take notes. There's also links for follow-up, or if you want to follow along in the slides, you can also get those in the Etherpad. I'll linger on this for just a second. But you can find it in the session link on the WikiConference site as well. We're going to get us started with just a short quiz to kind of warm up to the topic. So the quiz, which of these passages contains a non-neutral tone as identified by English Wikipedia volunteers? Is it A, the 1994 World Cup final was the first and to date only goalless final in World Cup history? Is it B, the finals were the first time FIFA decided to experiment with the style of jerseys worn by officials? Or C, the 1994 World Cup revolutionized television coverage of sports in the United States and worldwide? Do I have any answers from the crowd? I'm seeing some hand signals, and let's take a C, which is correct for use of word revolutionized. I think many of you maybe found that pretty easy, which is good. But the reason we're here today is many newcomers do not find that easy, and that's what we're going to be talking about. And I'll pass you to Peter to tell you more. Yes. All right, so just basics. Tone check is basically meant to prompt newcomers who are adding what Wikipedia volunteers would consider to be non-neutral language, just consider that fact. And so I think the best way to experience is probably to try this. So let's see if this works. Yeah. So this is Civic Hall at Union Square. I just attended Say it again.
Arbitrarily chosen.
Yeah, arbitrarily chosen. I just attended a great conference, and I'm just like so excited. I was particularly taken by the qualities of the space. So I'm going to magically say, Civic Hall is the best venue in New York City. It's spacious, airy, and well-maintained, making it the perfect place to host a convening like WikiConference North America. I think we'd all agree that's encyclopedic. And so what's happening here is this content is being sent off to a small language model, which Isaac and Sucheta will tell you more about. But in this moment, it's really just trying to draw your attention to the fact that tone is important. And so there's two things you could do in this moment. You can say, you know what, I think this actually looks great, in which case you can say decline and then articulate why. And then eventually that reason will get passed on to other volunteers, and that gives them more context about, you know, why someone made the choice that they did not to revise the tone in this moment. Alternatively, you can elect to revise what you've written. And I'm not going to do it in this moment, but if you were to revise it, then you can recheck, and the model will help verify the extent to which what you've done is sufficient to address what other volunteers would consider was a tone issue. And this project, if I can go back here, okay, it really is inspired, oh no, wrong tab, all right, one sec. Wow, there we go. It's really inspired by abuse filter. You know, the way that we think about abuse filter is it kind of enables you to define some conditions and then script an action that happens in response. Do I want to log this edit? Do I want to prevent the edit from being saved and present a message? And it kind of extends this concept in three key ways. So one, edit check, of which tone check is a part. So tone check, bigger project is edit check. It enables us to provide people feedback while they're editing, in the moment, motivated, ready to make a change. It gives them tailored action. So, okay, here's the thing that we're trying to give you feedback, and here are paths that you can immediately take to kind of rectify the issue that is potentially going on with what you're changing. And then also these conditions don't depend on like a long manual set of rules. They can theoretically automatically adapt over time. And I'm going to pass it over to Sucheta, who's going to kind of take you through the approach this project was guided by, and
Yeah. So as Peter just mentioned, here we're talking about tone check as an example, but what we would really love your feedback on at the end, in addition to any questions you have about tone check, is this approach, because we think that this could map to solving other types of challenges that editors, including newcomer editors, face. So I'll walk you through our approach. First, we hone in on a problem. Here? Oh, thank you, sorry. We hone in on a problem that some group of editors are facing. In this case, we're solving this problem for newcomer editors. From there, we identify a signal that we think could help either bring attention to, some type of content that needs it or some issue that needs to be addressed. Next, we find some way to kind of predict or find that signal at scale. Machine learning is not always the best way to do that, but in this case it is, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that in tone check in particular. Once we have that, we decide where and how this signal needs to be surfaced. Who needs to see it? What is that critical moment of intervention for them that will really help them take action? From there, we think about risk. We really want to think about this holistically and see what could go wrong, what are the failure states that we want to avoid with this feature, and then we test. We see what we can learn from the process, and we grow and build from there. So this is kind of the approach that we use in tone check, and the rest of our presentation will kind of walk you through each step of this process, how it applied to tone check, and then we can talk more at the end about other ideas you may have. So I think I'll hand it back to Peter from here.
Thanks, Sucheta. All right, let's talk about the problem. So we kind of conceive of tone check as living at the intersection of kind of this multi-sided problem. On one side you've got patrollers, experienced volunteers. On the other are newcomers who are arriving on Wiki, not really clear necessarily about all the policies and guidelines that are relevant to the change they're trying to make. So, like Isaac said, a lot of people are coming to an internet where their feelings, their experience, their thoughts are the center of the universe. And so writing in a neutral tone is not necessarily something that's intuitive. And on the other side, patrollers can be burdened by basically trying to allocate a lot of valuable, scarce attention to preventable damage. And, when we think about what do we prioritize addressing, we kind of first look at, well, how often is this happening? And we did an analysis, I think it was in October 2024, of edits to English Wikipedia. And 9% of all newcomer text editions contain some kind of peacock word. And those edits are reverted around 29% of the time. So of a newcomer edit, that adds new text and includes a peacock word, they're reverted 29% of the time. And when you compare that to edits, new content edits, by newcomers with no peacock language, that revert rate is 93% higher. So that was our signal that, like, y'all care. If people are writing in a non-neutral tone, you take action. So that was kind of the reason that caused us to think this was worth allocating attention to. So I'm going to hand to Sucheta, who's going to talk about, how do we build this signal?
Yeah, absolutely. So thinking about, bringing attention to this issue, what type of signal do we leverage? The good news is that y'all as editors are already on top of it. There is already a flourishing ecosystem of signals that are contributed to by editors. So we weren't trying to rebuild the wheel or anything. We were trying to learn from and build on what already existed through the creation of editors. So there are tools like templates, edit comments, and other ways where editors are already leaving this type of signal and feedback. So that brought us to the challenge of, what does it look like to scale this up? What does it look like to detect and find the signal at scale across a growing corpus of content, right? And it'd be so awesome if we could have every newcomer just like work with a more experienced editor at that critical moment where they're writing their first edit. It's just not possible, right? So how do we do this without burdening controllers? That's a question that led us to consider if machine learning could be a potential solution. And Isaac is going to tell you a little bit more about how we approach that.
Thank you, Sucheta. Just a simple definition of machine learning models, which is what we're using here. And the text here is not super important. What I want folks to take away from this is that models are not magic. It's just a good way to kind of learn patterns out of data and then apply them in similar but new situations. And this is a particularly good fit for tone check because there's no hard and fast rules about what makes a particular word or particular sentence neutral or non-neutral tone, but there are a lot of similarities and patterns that you can find in the data that a model can pick up on. And in particular in our context for tone check, what we needed to do was the model needed to understand words that a newcomer might be adding, like so-and-so has won X award, or so-and-so is an award-winning filmmaker. So it needs to be understand language in some way. And in this case, we were able to use a pre-trained language model called Ember, which is just, if you are familiar with all the large language models, much smaller than that, so a lot faster, and kind of designed for this understanding and then classification type of challenge. And then it needs to be able to understand that, like, award in the first context is very different than award in the second context. So it needs to understand that nuance and be able to say with some amount of confidence, essentially, like, is this neutral or non-neutral? So we were able to build that model and train it on, as Sucheta was saying, examples from existing edits that Wikipedians have made. In this case, we looked for edits that had added certain templates, so the Peacock and Peacock inline template on English Wikipedia, for instance, and so edits where that template was added, that tells us, hey, there's language in there that has these issues with it. And then if you find corresponding edits where those templates were removed, that tells you, like, okay, now this version, that problematic language has been removed, and from that the model can learn, like, okay, what are those words that seem to occur, those phrases that seem to occur in the problematic but not the unproblematic. I can talk a lot more about this and the questions that folks have answers or have further questions on this. But this left us, with a model. It's trained. And what I'm going to pass you to Peter is to tell you, how do you take this model and make it a functional tool? Like, what other kind of affordances are needed? It's like, am I next?
Yes, all right. So, we said it's kind of like this multi-sided problem. So kind of demanded a multi-sided solution. So we saw the interface part. So the newcomer, they're editing, this feedback arrives ideally in the right moment, at the right place, at the right time. And on the other side, every edit that tone check gets activated within, or even if it doesn't get activated, we start labeling these edits. So anytime a newcomer publishes a new content edit, what we're doing, am I supposed to advance slides? Yes. We are sending that new text that's added to this model to evaluate and basically saying, hey, does this include non-neutral language? And if the model, with some certain amount of confidence that y'all can configure and decide, crosses that threshold, a label will be applied to that edit. And like any other edit tag on the wiki, you can filter recent changes by it, you can pipe that into a queue of some sort. But what we're really trying to do is create more awareness on both sides, so that there's more
positive outcomes. And I think I'm going to pass back to Sucheta about like, all right, so you build this new awareness, you have this new signal, that kind of changes the dynamics of the wikis. What new uncertainties and risks could it bring about?
Yeah, absolutely. So of course, as all this becomes clear, we're getting a clearer sense of what the future could potentially look like. We want to be clear about the risk, as Peter said. So one of the first key things we did was look at the model. We wanted to see, does the model make predictions that are actually aligned with what editors think is a tone check issue? So we conducted multiple rounds of community feedback. The first one was across 5 languages, and we received almost 1,300 reviews. So thank you to everyone who participated, in case someone's in this room who did. And what we found was that when the model detects a tone check issue, oh, sorry, thank you.
No, I'm just going to replay it.
Yeah, thank you. When the model detects a tone check issue with a high degree of confidence about its prediction, volunteers agree with that prediction about 95% of the time. So that gave us the confidence we needed to move forward. But we also wanted to think about this from a holistic perspective, right? Like evaluating the model isn't everything. There's other risks that could be, just taken on with the feature itself. So we knew that talking to the community was key here. We wanted to bring folks in early and often. We published a project page early on and conducted multiple APP calls where Peter kind of socialized this very early. And we even had a really great Discord call where we started to just unpack different types of risk in real time with members of the English Wikipedia community. So all of this helped us learn a lot about what to kind of expect, what to look for, and Peter's going to tell you more about what we did with that learning.
Yeah, so I think coming into this feature, we assumed kind of implicitly that we would launch at the same time that dialog box that you saw while you're editing and the tag at the same time. And something that these calls surfaced was like, hold up, you're about to disclose to newcomers this information that we really depend on to identify potentially people arriving to the wikis in bad faith. Like, you're basically making it more difficult or potentially more difficult for us to detect vandalism and taking away a signal that we really depend on. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So what we did was, that was like such a vital piece of feedback. So we're like, okay, let's actually decouple these things entirely. Like, we actually don't need to launch the feedback in edit at the same time as we launch this tag. And so that's exactly what we did. So in August, and you can go to English Wikipedia right now, you can now go to special recent changes and look at all newcomer edits, and you can find those that this model thinks contain non-neutral language. So the idea is like, can we validate the reliability of this signal? If we do think it's useful and reliable, how might we adapt moderation workflows to integrate it? And then once we feel good about that, we can start showing it to newcomers so that, the ones that are operating in good faith can take an edit that, might have gotten reverted and turn it into something that's constructive. So, oh yeah, and then so where's all this live? Or where's it stand? So we have an experiment running right now at 3 Wikipedias where this is live, both sides of it. It's live in French, Japanese, and Portuguese. Do you remember that video that YouTube, like that little demo that was scrolling on the screen when Sucheta was talking? That kind of same review is being done in, I think, it's like 12 or 15 languages.
15 languages.
Yeah, 15 more languages to see how the model performs, because we just did it in 4 to start. And then you see these other checks on the screen. So tone check is part of this kind of larger project of trying to surface feedback to people in the moment while they're editing. So, newcomers get more guidance and the wikis can hold higher quality content. And of this A/B test, we have this is not statistically significant, so, take it with a grain of salt. It seems to be working. And it's actually even more pronounced on mobile, which is especially key where a lot of newcomers are onboarding onto the wikis. So in edits in which tone check is shown, on mobile we see that the revert rate of those edits is 20% lower, 19%, and on desktop it's around 5%. Early December we'll know if these results hold up because we'll have enough data to say with confidence. And so moving forward, I think you're going to land the plane for us.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great. So what kind of happens next? Obviously, we'd love your thoughts and feedback. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got a question. So you've been talking mostly about the side of this of protecting the wiki against detrimental edits, whatever. Have you looked at the other side of it, which is new editor retention? So if I'm a new editor and I make some edit that's not a great edit, I've got two ways it can get corrected. One is that I log on tomorrow and discover that some anonymous human that I don't know has reverted it and sort of slapped me on the wrist and said bad editor, and that's kind of discouraging. And the other is that some automated tool has given me, guidance that this is not a good edit. And I suppose some people might find the automated tool more friendly and some might find it less. And I see you guys are nodding your head, so I'll let you talk now.
Yeah, I mean, what you described is precisely what we're trying to cause. Like that, this, let's see if I go back. So this little box will appear when newcomers are editing. So it's meant to do exactly what you're describing, like something that we think a lot about as it relates to delivering newcomers feedback. And what this project is really inspired by is that it comes too late. Like the fact that you invest this time and effort to make a change, and then you come to realize that it got deleted or reverted, exactly as you said. I would say it's more than kind of demotivating. It's demotivating and it drives people away. And so the whole idea is like, can we intervene earlier so that we can take something that, could be good, but ends up, causing a bad experience to something that's really productive and results in maybe you getting thanked or being like, whoa, the change I made stuck. And I think as it relates to newcomers, we come to learn that they really value the clarity that comes with something that's really structured and actionable feedback, as opposed to having to first off, find out that all of this policy exists and then discover how to apply it in this specific context. That's just like a lot to ask for someone who was curious and was like, oh, I can edit this thing, and yeah. Peter, in the A/B test, are you measuring editor retention? Yes, we're also looking at retention as well. So soon we'll have numbers, it sounds like. We could just start talking, right?
Yeah.
Or what do you think?
I think one thing on this question I wanted to also mention is we really wanted to be very careful with the language we used in this dialog box, and so we went back and forth a little while, but one thing we really wanted to emphasize was this idea of consensus and learning. And so you'll see that the language really focuses on what other editors are doing, right? It's less about coming in and saying your edit is bad. It's more about here's a pattern that helps the wikis retain good content and retain high quality content, and you can help be part of this pattern. And I think that's kind of what we're going for with the language here.
Yeah, and one other very subtle detail that we thought a lot about is you notice these buttons are the same color. And that to me is an embodiment of one of our pillars of no firm rules. We don't know the right answer here. We're actually putting the person in that moment to make the choice, because we do think that part of what this intervention's role is for you as the person who's new to really apply it and see for yourself what the right choice is. And even when you decline and say, you know what, I think the tone is good, we give you the same success message as if you've revised it, because what we're really trying to reward is critical thinking, is engaging, is, thinking for yourself, is this neutral? And if you think it is, say why. That's
you should randomize the order you show the buttons.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah, I like that.
I think we just go right into questions. If we run out of steam, we'll prompt you all. Yeah, please.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So I have two questions. The first is, have you seen cases where Ember may label, let's go back to one of the earlier sentences you're looking at. Civic Hall is a fantastic space.
Okay.
That may be labeled as non-neutral by itself, but what if that's part of a quote because that quote is from a reference? Have you seen cases where is Ember able to tell whether or not it's part of a quotation by a reference or not?
It's a good question. it does have it would take in the quotation marks, so if there's enough examples in the training data, it should be able to pick up on those sorts of trends. I haven't looked at that one in particular enough to say, like, yes, it treats it differently or treats it less differently, but that is the, like, reason for using, as opposed to, like, you know, checking just like, oh, does this word exist in the phrase or not? Like, the idea is to try to be able to capture that context such that I could see the difference.
Also,
yeah.
So part of what we learned actually from the community-led evaluation, where we had, like, you know, 1,300 reviews from people looking at individual edits and saying, like, does this actually, which was also a blind study, so folks were just looking at the actual edit content and not looking at the model prediction.
Mm-hmm.
And we found that this generally wasn't an issue, mostly because the model made lower confidence predictions when quotes were involved. We did see other kind of edge cases that the model didn't handle well, like, for example, let's say the model is describing a movie plot or a book plot, and it's describing a character, but the way it's describing the character is intentionally biased, right? Like, it has to tell you that the character is insecure because it's essential to the plot. Is that actually a tone check problem or not? And I think we've seen many cases where even our reviewers disagreed about whether something was or wasn't tone check. Most of the time, the model had just much lower confidence in its predictions, so we just don't show the tone check when the model is making those kinds of predictions.
Makes sense. And the second question I have, if we have time.
Yeah.
So, deep learning language models tend to be very accurate, but they tend to be less explainable. So it may highlight this particular passage doesn't have the best tone, but have you looked into any strategies that could tell us why it's non-neutral, about a particular word or phrase that could be non-neutral or perhaps give suggestions?
Totally. One thing we have been looking into, which maybe you can talk more about the technical details if you feel comfortable, is there's basically a model output called SHAP values that is almost like a heat map of what parts of the quote or what part of the input text is more likely to be triggering the model's prediction. And so we have looked into this. We haven't.
Is this distracting if I show the?
No, please go for it. Please go for it. Yeah. So we started looking into this, but we haven't, like, invested in this as part of the feature yet. But I think it's really powerful because I think you're asking a great question of, like, what happens if someone doesn't know what to do next, right? That's one of the options in the decline path. Like, if you decline a tone check, one of the reasons you can provide is, like, I don't know what to do next. And so maybe that's a sign that we need to invest in better tooling to be more specific about what is actually causing a tone check issue. So we're definitely going to be monitoring for that as one of our metrics of the experiment as well. Or in the, yeah.
And just if no one's ever experienced this was new to me when I was working on this project. This is, Sucha, do you want to, like, kind of narrate what this is? Or Isaac?
I think might be.
Yeah, essentially with how SHAP values work is they take a prediction after the fact and they go through and try to figure out which individual, like, input words contributed the most to that prediction. Mm-hmm. So what this is showing you is, like, which words had the strongest negative coefficients essentially and which ones had the more like positive coefficient. So in this case you can see greatest, but, you know, this visualization is showing having the longest, like, space, it had, like, the most kind of intense coefficient aligned with it. And so from here you could use this to then kind of highlight to folks to say, like, I think this is where the issue is based upon how the model is working. It's not always perfect. Like, language models are kind of, there's a lot of layers to them. Like, they don't necessarily think in these very concrete ways, but, like, it's one way to kind of give hints towards, like, this is probably what you need to focus on to revise.
And in an ideal world, like, you know, this might not be, this is probably not the best interface to present to somebody, but I think there's something really powerful about how we can use interventions like that to actually, like, teach this concept. This is, like, about literacy and like one of the core properties that we need to build, it's capacity building. So ideally these checks that we're describing are, like, cheap enough to build where we're really excited to see their kind of use go away over time. Like, in an ideal world, you're seeing tone check a couple times and we're so good that you're like, oh cool, I get, like, when I'm contributing to Wikipedia, I know now to think about tone, and for the experienced editors in this room, you'll probably never see a tone check or a reference check because that understanding is so deeply intuitive at this point.
So, very cool work, and I had a lot of ideas, but I'm not going to get to them now, but I do have a simple question. You keep talking about newcomers. What do you mean by that exactly, and why don't we want experienced editors to also be reminded not to use peacock words?
Yeah, so two thoughts. In this context of this project, a newcomer, I'm making that sign, is anyone that is logged out or has less than 100 cumulative edits. Okay. Second question, like why not show stuff to experienced volunteers? Y'all can decide that. All of these checks are configurable on Wiki. You get to decide who they get shown to, who they don't. You could even scope. We're trying to build a future where checks are something that we're all writing, so you could scope checks to people that have only published greater than 5,000 edits or whatever it might be. That's not actually an editorial choice that we want to be able to make, or we want y'all to be able to make. Yeah.
A really cool potential future that I'm excited about for this team and this work is like for an experienced editor. Imagine you're looking at a long article, a B-class article that has like 6 sections in it, and you push a button or flip a switch that's like, edit check me this whole article.
Yeah.
Because I'm here to improve it and I want to do it quickly. And it's like, oh, I found some non-neutrality here. Yeah, Peter's showing like this. They're gonna needs a reference here. Like this link is bad or whatever, and that could help you like sweep across an article and improve it.
Totally.
Sorry, one last thing on this is we really want your ideas. If you have other thoughts about other checks for newcomer editors, experienced editors, moderators, like that, all that feedback is so valuable. So please do bring that to us.
Sorry, everyone. I have to wrap because we are over time. But you're all available, right? To continue to ask questions. But the reception is at the hotel. Starts at 6. So folks can start heading there now if you want, or continue to connect with them.
For
afterwards.
people who are not at the hotel,
Hyatt Place, Chelsea.
Okay. Is it like downstairs, upstairs?
It's a 22-minute walk from here.
We're in the hotel. Downstairs?
Second floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a pretty small space. Well, I guess you go out to the patio.
Yeah, we have like both sides.
Yeah. It says there's like a limit in the number of people, but maybe like there's spaces spread out.
Thanks. Cool. Thanks, Vasita. I think. Yeah, y'all can leave for sure. Also, like very excited to stay and chat. You were constructively offering.
There's some of these other checks that are similar.
Yeah, Roy, I appreciate your questions there. Appreciate your questions. Working with
Yeah, I say
that's exactly where
I'm based in Sweden.
Oh, wow.
Very far away.
Very much the opposite.